maybe talk about our favorite tag teams, favorite females, favorite males, favorite matches, favorite events, all of that kind of stuff as we're watching these matches and maybe appreciating them from a slightly different point of view. Obviously, the first time we see them, a large part of it is who is going to win. But now we can watch them again and maybe just appreciate them for the matches and the moments that they were. There's a good chance we're going to see a lot of premium live event stuff tonight. So I think there's a really good chance we're going to be seeing the likes of Cody coming into WWE at WrestleMania. I'd imagine we might see like the Rumble or the end of a Rumble. We might see Liv win Money in the Bank and then cash it in moments later. I'd imagine that would be included. I would imagine we'll see Brock and SummerSlam and the Tractor and all of that fun. So I'd imagine we're going to get all of that. Obviously, we're going to be seeing a lot of the Bloodline. Going to be seeing a lot of Roman. Hopefully, we get to see Sheamus against Gunther. I mean, Sheamus against Gunther, that was a banger at Clash at the Castle. So if we do get a chance to see that match again, it'll just be really nice to sit and watch and appreciate it for the match that it was, because for many people, that's their match of the year. It's not my match of the year, but it's definitely up there. I think if we were going to do like a top 10, top 10 of WWE, I think it just sneaks in. Might be outside my top 10, if I include everything I've seen this year. But either way, still a top match, as is Seth versus Cody. Seth Cody at Hell in a Cell, of course, where he's got the torn pectoral muscle. Becky and Bianca from WrestleMania, which a lot of people have as their women's match of the year. There's so much stuff for us to take a look at and for us to relive. Undoubtedly, we're going to get Kevin Owens and Stone Cold. I mean, this year has been so amazing for talking points that I've just managed to talk for a few minutes and not even get to the Stone Cold match from WrestleMania when he took on Kevin Owens, main event in the first night. I mean, we knew that they were hoping to get a Stone Cold match done, but going into WrestleMania, it wasn't announced as a match. It was a segment. It was going to be a KO show. And so it was good, but of course it was the main event. So I think we all knew that it was going to turn into a match. So maybe getting the match wasn't the biggest of surprises. But even so, it was still quite the moment. So let's get the chat on screen. I want to jump in and see how you lot are. And obviously we can talk about your Christmases as well. I hope everyone had a great Christmas. I am here still. I'm still in Lapland, guys. Still in Lapland. Flew up on Christmas Eve. And I've been here for the past few days. And it's been lovely. Me and Santa just hanging out, sharing stories. He's a big fan of the channel. Said he really loves the toy hunts. Really appreciate that. So, yes, Wrestling Days is Santa approved. So, I'm just kicking back, relaxing, and recovering after Christmas and all of that food. And I'm sure you lot hopefully enjoyed a large Christmas dinner as well. But, it was good. I had a good Christmas, and I hope you lot did as well. Here's Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud. Really appreciate the support. Mitchell says, Merry Christmas, buds. You know that AJ is my favorite wrestler. Is there any chance that we could get him versus Kenny Omega coming up soon? Rumors that AJ might be at Wrestle Kingdom. Is there anyone in WWE AJ could have a 5-star banger with, maybe Cody? Mitchell, really appreciate the support as always, dude. I really hope you had a great Christmas, you and your family. And I know you are a big AJ fan. I don't expect him to be at Wrestle Kingdom. I think that there's been a lot of speculation about WWE having a relationship with New Japan. I'm not of the opinion that there's a relationship. I haven't heard of a relationship. The only thing that we know is that Anderson is going to be at Wrestle Kingdom, and he's obviously a WWE superstar. That's got people very excited. What people tend to forget or ignore is that he was a New Japan star before he signed with WWE. And it seems like he didn't end his New Japan contract. It seemed like WWE were quite happy to bring him in whilst he sees out his New Japan contract. I don't expect him to renew that contract. I don't expect him to stay with New Japan whilst being with WWE. But it could be that his contract is coming up soon. It could be his contract is ending soon. And it could be that he said to WWE, look, I'll happily come back, but I really want to see out my New Japan contract, which ends in February. And I would love to be at Wrestle Kingdom. And, I've been working all year towards this. So I want to see that out. And then, I'll gladly come over. So that is a very real conversation that could have been had. And it seems like under Vince, that probably wouldn't have been allowed. Under Triple H, it seems like there is that little bit more flexibility where I think he's letting him see out his contract. In regards to will AJ now go and wrestle for New Japan, I don't think that relationship's there. It's not really in WWE's interest to allow that. I think they will have seen that Forbidden Door didn't generate the kind of buzz that I think AEW were hoping for. Forbidden Door was a solid show. It was a really good show, but it didn't. If you look at the ratings going into it and coming out of it, those ratings do not drastically improve for AEW. And there is a lot of moments where New Japan stars come onto Dynamite and there's silence. It's flat. There's really not much noise. And that's because there's a good chunk of people that don't watch New Japan. That's the truth. It's easy when you are a hardcore fan to just think that everyone else is a hardcore fan. It's easy to look at Twitter and see people talking about the same things you're talking about. But there's a reason why you see that content. It's because you're interested in that content. And so you're in a little bit, everyone is, I am as well, everyone is in a little bit of an echo chamber. The world they see kind of reflects their own interests. It's very hard to sometimes see out of that bubble and to see what's happening in the wider world and what's happening with casual fans and things along those lines. And this is where we look at the ratings and we put a few pieces together. And, we can kind of work things out from there. So the facts are that a good chunk of people that watch WWE don't have a clue what New Japan is, don't know about New Japan, don't watch New Japan, aren't aware of New Japan, don't know the stars. Okada could slap them in the face. They wouldn't have a flip who it was. For a lot of people, wrestling is WWE only. So it's not really in WWE's interest really to work with New Japan. It doesn't boost their exposure, if you will. It might get the hardcores talking about them, but the hardcores are fully aware of WWE. So it doesn't give them, doesn't do anything there. I don't know that maybe there's a few people over that watch New Japan that don't know about WWE. I really don't know. I think that if you watch wrestling, you probably know WWE. They're the market leaders, the biggest brand on the planet. I've got to think that if you watch, how would you watch wrestling, pro wrestling, and not hear at some point about WWE? I feel like you would. So I don't know. I don't see what's in it for them. They don't seem to have an interest to work with New Japan. The Carl Anderson thing is a bit of a separate subject. And the only other thing we've heard is about Sasha. Sasha going over to do Wrestle Kingdom, but she is not going to be under a WWE contract, unfortunately, at that point. So I'm leaning towards no. I don't expect AJ to work with New Japan. I'm not expecting WWE to work with New Japan. If they do, that'll be one of the big shock moments of 2023. And we certainly had plenty of those in 2022. So I can't sit here and say it's never going to happen. Oh my God, absolutely not. I can't say that. Certainly after 2022, no wrestling fan can say anything like that. I mean, with Vince going and Cody moving from AEW and going to WWE, with Sasha walking out now, she signed a contract where she's going to do limited dates with New Japan. All of these things are mental. And all of these things, if you'd have told me in advance, I'd have gone, no. If someone had said to me in 2021, is Vince going to retire in 2022? I would have been like, no. Not unless his health declines, because, it's fine. But it happened. He got forced into it, and he doesn't seem happy about it, but it happened. And Sasha walking out and all of this stuff. So, could they do it? Sure. Do I think they'll do it? No. equally, exactly the same way I don't think we get WWE and AEW. I can't see them working together because, again, what is in it for WWE? Anyone that watches AEW surely knows about WWE. The exact same situation applies. Who is watching AEW that's never heard of WWE? I've got to think that you will have been exposed to WWE. I don't know, like, if you're a kid and you flick through the channels and you just stumble across AEW, but God, what percentage of the AEW fan base does that make up? I sort of feel like there's not anything for WWE to gain in that relationship. They're not going to get exposed to any new viewers. You could argue that the New Japan one being over in Japan might help them a bit more in Japan. You could make that argument. And they have worked with New Japan back in the 80s. And I think in the few bits in the 90s as well. So you could make the argument that that would be a bit more beneficial than working with AEW. But I just can't find a way of getting to AJ and Kenny unless one of them leaves the company and goes to the other company. In regards to AJ, could he have a 5-star match on the roster? Cody, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, the thing with AJ is that I feel like he's a bit off his game at the moment. And I don't know if that's because he's just been... I don't know if he's a little bit demoralized, a bit demotivated. I don't know if he's just not been enjoying himself. Obviously, he got stuck with Amos for a lot of the year. That sucked. Now he's back with the OC. We've seen the OC do some fun stuff. And I must say that I've enjoyed Gallows and Anderson a lot more than I thought I was going to in WWE. But I think part of the problem is that we're just not getting those great singles matches out of AJ. I think a lot of people would love to see AJ one-on-one with Cody, with Austin Theory, right? With Gunther. Like, these are all potential 5-star bangers. AJ Styles against Johnny Gargano. I mean, potential 5 stars right there. Johnny churns out 5 stars at NXT takeovers. So why can't he do that against AJ? Like, he absolutely could. Gunther, as we said, great talent. Austin Theory. We haven't quite seen 5-star matches out of him, but he's a good worker. And if AJ was the ring general in that match, he might be able to take Austin to a 5-star match. This is what AJ can do. This is why he's so popular. He's had plenty of 5-star matches himself. So, yeah, there's a lot of the big hitters you would imagine could get to 5 stars. Obviously, having a 5-star match is something very special. I think in the history of WWE, they've had less than 30 in their whole history. So it's not really as easy as going, let's take these 2 great wrestlers, put them in a match, and here's a 5-star match. It's not quite as easy as that. Like, the chemistry has to be right. Like, everything has to fall into place. And you never know that if that's going to happen or not. So, but AJ's got the ability to do it. And all you can do is just put him in there with other people that have got those abilities. And we know that Gunther has. We know that Johnny Gargano has. We know that Seth Rollins has. We know that Roman Reigns could as well. AJ versus Roman absolutely could be a 5-star match. But everything would have to be right, of course. But I like AJ. I worry a little bit about him just because he's had a few singles matches. For example, AJ versus Edge. You would think AJ Styles versus Edge, who is desperately trying to get amazing matches in his final run, right? Because, I mean, he came back from an injury he was not expecting to come back from. So Edge against AJ Styles, who's just a machine at, like, churning out incredible matches, put them in a match at WrestleMania, give them time, and surely they'll give you 5 stars or close to 5 stars. And it wasn't. I'm sure it was day 2 this year, and I've got to say, I thought it was one of the most disappointing matches of the year. Not because it was the worst, but because my expectation was 5 stars. Going into it, you was like, that's the 5-star match. What match? So many people always ask before a pay-per-view, what is going to be match of the night? And I remember there was buzz. I had buzz around AJ versus Edge. And, like, come on, how's that going to fail? And it didn't do it. When we're talking about matches of the year, you're not going to hear many people talk about AJ versus Edge. And that just goes back to me thinking, is he a bit demotivated? Is he a bit demoralized? Is he not in a bit of a rhythm? Like, is his confidence not where it should be? Maybe on the night it just didn't click. Perhaps all of those things are great, but it just didn't quite click. And I don't know, I'm just a bit worried with him being in the OC. He's going to have a lot of tag matches, not solo matches. And I don't know if we're going to be seeing him getting back to those levels. So lots to unpack there. Lots to unpack. I think question marks around AJ for me at the moment. I don't think he's had the best of years, but he could have a fantastic 2023. He could have a fantastic 2023. So, Mitchell, really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support, and hope that went some way to answering some of those. Hasib, hello. Hope you're well. Says, as a United fan, what are your thoughts on United losing out to Gakpo? I was quite surprised when I got tagged in it. I got tagged in it by James. So I was quite surprised at it. I think he's a good player. I think it's a great price. I think that it is a missed opportunity for that price, certainly. But there's other fish in the sea, to be honest. I mean, Gakpo is someone that would have been nice for us to have got at that price. And it's someone that Ten Hag wanted. But that's just part of football, isn't it? Not getting players, going for players, not getting them. We could have had the same conversation around De Jong when we didn't get De Jong, and then we went out and bought Casemiro. So, you know, we haven't got Gakpo. We need a striker. We're going to go out and get someone. United will get someone. It's just all of a sudden now that someone might cost a lot more. So, yeah, I think that it's a decent signing for Liverpool. I think he'll do well for Liverpool. But it ain't one that I'm crying over. I think that he had a good World Cup. It's one thing to do it in the Dutch league, but to do it in the Premier League is obviously going to be very different. So he was a bit unproven anyway, and I don't know. I like him and I love him for the price, and I did want him, but it's all right. Well done, Liverpool. You've got a good player there at a really good price. Days, I'm going to go to the first 2023 Monday Night Raw in my city. I'm so excited. That's amazing. Shout out to you. Zaorzi. Jonathan said Edge versus Bray at WrestleMania will win Edge or Bray. If it's Edge versus Bray, I've got to think Bray. I can't. Honestly, this year, Bray just needs a win. I don't care who Bray faces. I know that everyone's going to want it to be a big, dramatic, awesome match, you know, massive name, bring back Stone Cold or whatever, right? Personally, I don't care. Just give Bray the win. Just give him the win. His WrestleMania record is atrocious. It is so bad. He has got one of the worst WrestleMania records ever, right? He lost to John Cena at 30. He lost to The Undertaker at 31. He then went in the ring and did a promo back and forth with The Rock, and The Rock was obviously made to look really great at WrestleMania 32. He beat Rowan in like 7 seconds. So, I mean, that didn't really affect Bray, but The Rock had the final words and kind of shut him up, basically. So, not great for Bray. 33, I think we said he didn't do anything at 33. 34, I think it was the Battle Royal, which he came back in and helped Matt Hardy win. Then, I can't remember what he did at 35, but at 36, it was him and Cena in the Funhouse match, which I personally don't care for because it's just a load of, I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know if you can call that a victory because it's like a fever dream. So I don't even know if that counts as a win. I think it counts as a win at on Wikipedia, but I have no idea what that was. Titus O'Neil just even afterwards was like, even he didn't know what it was. Like, no one knows what it was. So it's one of those that people, I think, either really love and say was very creative, or I saw some people that absolutely hated it because it was not a traditional match. And like, I just was left very confused by it, to be honest. So that was not to my taste. And then, of course, he took on Randy Orton at 37 and lost. And lost to Randy Orton after this massive build where he'd got burnt alive and then came back like to life and took on Randy. He then ended up losing at WrestleMania. His WrestleMania record is horrific. So if it's Edge versus Bray, if that is the match, it's got to be Bray. It's got to be Bray. Bray's got to go over. He's got to win. He needs to get a win, a proper win, a win that we can look at and say that is a win. Like, he has won a match. If one of the biggest criticisms around Bray that you constantly hear is that when the bell rings, his matches don't deliver. Like, the character work's good, the background's good, the build is good, like the QR codes and all of that stuff is good, but then the bell rings and his matches don't deliver. Obviously, a lot of Bray fans will either disagree with that or they will say that it doesn't matter. That's not what Bray's strength is. And I agree with you, right? I agree. That's not what Bray is here for. Bray is here to tell stories. So the match part of it is not as important when it comes to someone like Bray. But he needs a win. He definitely needs a win at WrestleMania that you can go, that is a victory at WrestleMania. No one can deny it. Like, that is a win, right? And then that's going to allow him to build on that. That's going to allow him to get some momentum going. And that's going to allow him to, hopefully kick on. So I don't give a flip who he faces. He's got to get the win, though. He's got to get the win. John Bay, shout out to you. Bud said, Days, have you acknowledged your tribal chief today? Austin 316 is my tribal chief, and he should be all of your tribal chiefs as well. So I do try, where possible, to send Austin a little message each day in the DMs, just saying that I acknowledge him. So I don't like to do it publicly, but you've forced my hand this time. But John Bay, you should ping a message over to Austin saying that you acknowledge Austin 316. Sean, shout out to you. Said keep up the solid work, Sean. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Hope you had a fantastic Christmas. And as I said, I hope you all did. Mitchell said, love you. I'm gonna try and get into soccer. You talk about strikers. My mind right away says any team should sign Nakamura. Nice. Or Asuka. She's a great striker. Yeah, honestly, getting into... I think a lot of people that maybe weren't into soccer have probably got into it after that World Cup. I think the World Cup was fun. It was relatively short as well. I mean, the great thing about the World Cup is it's short. It's only about less than a month, about 3 weeks or so, from start to finish. I know that you've got all the qualifying that goes on beforehand, but you don't need to watch that. You only need to watch really the actual tournaments. And that's great. I mean, I don't really know if America has something like that. I suppose I don't know how long the playoffs go for in basketball. I suppose you could ignore the basketball season and just enjoy the playoffs and the tournament. March Madness? I don't know. I've never watched that, but I understand that's a bracket, and people are like, "Oh my God, that's busted my bracket," and all this kind of stuff. So maybe America has got something like that in regards to March Madness. Maybe the basketball playoffs. But basketball playoffs, I think, are longer than 3 weeks. March Madness is probably just March, so March Madness might be the closest I can think of, but you might be able to think of other examples. Either way, if you're not into football, you can sit down and for 3 weeks just enjoy the World Cup, follow the stories, follow the drama, and then at the end of it, you get one of the greatest games of football that the world has ever seen with that banging World Cup final between Argentina and France. And I think a lot of people that maybe weren't into football are having a little look at it at the moment. I think also Ted Lasso has definitely done something because you keep hearing about that. I've never had a chance to watch it. I don't have Apple TV, but Ted Lasso constantly gets mentioned. I'm hearing about Ted Lasso a lot, so I feel like that's done a lot to raise the profile in America. And then, of course, you've got, is it Ryan Reynolds that's bought Wrexham? And so he's done a whole documentary about Wrexham and what it means to the community. I actually saw a video where this guy watched that and he's like, I'm going to watch soccer now. I can't believe how much it means to the community if the team wins or if it loses, like after he watched this Wrexham documentary. And he was really like taken aback by it. So there's like these few, you've had the World Cup. Obviously the Premier League's a monster anyway. Ronaldo, Messi. You've got like people will probably just want to check them out. And then you've got Man United and Liverpool, teams that people will want to check out. But then you've got Ted Lasso, and then you've got the Wrexham thing going on, and then you've got the MLS growing all the time and all of this kind of stuff. So there's lots of things to bring people into soccer. And yeah, it's good. You should watch a bit. If you enjoyed the World Cup, then I think you'd really enjoy just picking a team. Just even if you just follow their results, to be honest, and just watch the highlights, and just follow a team that way. It's a pretty fun thing to do. So yeah, Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Ron Winarski, appreciate the support, my friend. Shout out to you, Ron. I feel like this is me just shouting loads of people out. Just saying that this is an hour of me just thanking loads of people, which is exactly how it should be. Just like Ian, a.k.a. the UK Vampire. Ian, a.k.a. the UK Vampire. Shout out to you, buds. All eyes on Alexa tonight. Close second, Reigns and Sammy. Well, bad news. Bad news is tonight is a clip show, unfortunately. It's the best of 2022. The only thing I would say is that they do tend to have, if you remember, they did this last year, I think, with Becky and Pat and Cole, and they did a best of show, and they introduced the clips, and they did it in a bit of a fun banter way. There could be some guest appearances here in between the links. You could actually still get something Alexa tonight. If Alexa is one of the people that's introducing a match or something, we could still have a little talking point in that regard. So definitely, under Triple H, he would be wise to still put something into this show that still generates a bit of buzz and gets people talking. For this to just be clip followed by clip followed by clip, I'm not actually expecting that. I'm not expecting this to just be clip, and once that finishes, we go straight into the next clip. I am expecting a bit of talking in between. I am expecting there to be Corey Graves, Kevin Patrick, and a superstar just introducing the different matches. And it would be in Triple H's best interest to make sure that he does somehow create some sort of buzz on social media. So let's see. One of those superstars could be Alexa. You could still get a logo in a background, or you could get, something a bit spooky in there that just gets Twitter talking. So even though it's a clip show, you can't rule out these things. So UK Vampire, I hope you had a lovely rest this Christmas. Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave, says Austin is clean, just alcohol feud. Our Austin. I think it's off his face, to be honest. Dortnight said, the football was awesome today. Brentford-Tottenham was a great start. Newcastle destroyed Leicester. Big Red Machine won, and Arsenal came back to win. Give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dun, dun, dun. I think we'll see his match tonight, actually. Daniel said, do you think Rhea Ripley should win the Rumble? Yes, I think so. I'd go with Rippers. She was really fun. You see that video when Dominic got arrested? She was great in that. She was doing a lot of heavy lifting. Dominic was all right. He was all right. He came out with the one line saying, he was a bit confused, actually, because I'm sure at one point he was going, don't worry, tell Finn and Priest that I've been arrested, yeah? Just tell Finn and Priest. And he was saying that. And then all of a sudden he changed to, help me, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it inside. You've got to get me out, Rhea. He seemed to be a bit all over the place. He didn't quite know what his message was. So he was all right. He was having fun with it. But Rhea, I thought, was really great. I mean, she's on her knees, screaming in the street as the car's driving away. Their relationship's so much fun. I really like Rhea. She is a beast as well. I mean, she's so jacked. She looks great. So Bianca's won it. Has Charlotte ever won the Rumble? She has, hasn't she? Because Rhea Ripley actually goaded Charlotte to pick her. So Charlotte's won it. Bianca's won it. Becky's won it. Asuka's won it. Rippers needs to win it, doesn't she? At some point, Rippers has got to take it. So yeah, I'd go with Rhea Ripley, and then have her challenge Bianca, and then the Becky Ronda match that books itself, doesn't it? That books itself. The only problem you've got is that there's rumors that it could be Bianca and Charlotte. So if it's Bianca Charlotte, then Rhea can't win the Rumble. That'd be the only sticking point. But I personally, I'd be into Rhea Ripley against Bianca. I don't want Bianca to beat Charlotte this year because she's actually beaten Sasha, Bayley, and Becky. The only horsewoman that she needs to beat is Charlotte, and then she's beaten all four of the horsewomen. And that is something Bianca wants to achieve. Great achievement. Totally get why she wants to do it. But that should not be easy, right? It should not be easy to beat all of the horsewomen in a one-on-one match. That needs to be something that is a bit of a mountain to climb. So if she faces Charlotte, I hope she loses. I hope Bianca loses. But you can't just give everything to Bianca. You've got to put some obstacles in her way. She's been multiple-time champion. She's, the biggest female star they've got right now. I just think that, to give her, right, here's the win over Charlotte, like, it's all a bit easy. So I would have a lose. If she faces Charlotte, I would have a lose. What you might want to do is just hold the match off a little bit. And when it finally happens, make it this massive deal. So I would much prefer we get Rhea Ripley and Bianca at WrestleMania this year. But if we end up with Charlotte Bianca, I don't mind. But I will be hoping that Charlotte wins. I will be with Charlotte. Nothing to do with Bianca, other than I think it should be difficult for her. I don't think it should be easy. David said, you need to watch Ted Lasso. It is so effing good. I have heard this. So many people have said that. Yeah, so many people have said that. Right, I finished my coffee. I want to get to as many of these comments as possible. Brenton said, thoughts on the Miro situation? I'm with Tony Khan. Miro not liking plans that Tony has and refusing to come back or not provide another idea is junk on Miro's part. To be honest, I've got to think that if that happens, you've been disgruntled. I haven't actually heard about this. I don't really keep up with AEW news. We watch it on a Wednesday, and that's pretty much it. So I don't watch Rampage, and I don't really get tagged in any AEW news or really search for it, to be honest. So I can't say that I've seen this story, but just going off what you've said there, it sounds to me like Miro has been disgruntled for a long time. I think promises were probably made when these stars came over that they were going to be used really well. You've been mistreated by WWE. I've got big plans for you, blah, 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 blah. I can't imagine that these people were signed and told, right, I don't really know what I'm doing with you. You'll probably bounce around the mid-card and you won't feature on most shows. I can't imagine that conversation was had. So, you look at the likes of Aleister Black, you look at Miro, you look at Andrade, you look at Lance Archer. I mean, you look at, there's just Brian Cage. There's a level of guys that came in that were seemingly brought in as big deals that have just, they're not even stuck in the mid-cards. They're not jobbers by any means, but they just don't seem to be getting used, and they just, if they are used, what they're used for is just not that great. So it's and it seems like they'll have an idea for them, they'll use them for a bit, and then that's it. And I could imagine Miro getting very frustrated to the point where he's not happy, and then he finds out the latest creative they've got for him, and that sucks as well. So I mean, look. If you sign a contract, and I said this about Sasha, it's your responsibility to honor that contract. Don't sign it. Don't sign it. It's as simple as that. If you don't want to do the work, then don't sign the contract. So I am on Tony's side, because if he's signed that contract that says, I will tell the stories for the next 2 years, I will tell the stories you want me to tell. You give me the creative, and I will tell the stories. Now, if you want to put some guarantees in there that you're going to main event a few shows or you're going to have a title run or whatever, then negotiate it and get it into the contract, right? But if you haven't done that, or you are not a big enough star to be able to do that, and you sign the contract anyway, saying that you're going to tell the stories that they want you to tell over the next 2 years, 3 years, and they will pay you X amount of money in order to do that, well, you've signed that deal. You've signed that deal. You've struck that agreement. The contract is the contract. So I said this about Sasha, and I said it about Naomi. You should honor your contract. And I would feel the exact same about Miro. He should honor his contract. Just looking at it from his point of view for a second, though, so I do try to look at it from both sides. If you look at it from his point of view, I can only imagine that this is something that has been building for a long time. And I would imagine that he's probably feeling the words that was, even if it's not in the contract, what he was verbally told is probably not being honoured. And so that's probably where his frustration is coming from. Bottom line is this, though. If it's not written down, I don't know what to tell you, mate. I don't know what to tell you. You signed that contract. You have agreed to do the work over this period of time for this much money. So I could understand his frustrations, but sadly, not everyone can be the top guy. And also, Tony will obviously react to ratings and react to buzz. And if the buzz that you create just isn't that great, and the ratings for your segments are just not that strong, then why is Tony going to push you to the top? Why Tony's going to have other options that are doing better. He's going to turn around and see an MJF that's getting crazy reactions. He's going to turn around and see a John Moxley that's getting great online buzz, right? And then all of a sudden here's Miro that's just not doing anything, not getting any kind of buzz. And so why would Tony get behind that? So it's difficult. I can see both sides of it. But for me personally, I've said it for Sasha and I say it for Miro. If you sign a contract and you agree to do the work, do the work. Simple as that. And if it doesn't work, you don't sign an extension, do you? You don't re-sign. Hopefully what you hope for is that WWE will come back around by the time your contract comes to an end. I had 2 bets today for the game, both at £10, and I made £140 profit. Very good. Well done. Always nice to hear of people taking money off the bookies. Dort Knight said, Charlotte is the best female wrestler I saw since I started watching, and again by some distance. Jessen said, there's no way Flair will win the Rumble. It's time for Rhea. Has to be top 4 in the Rumble, and in the last 3 years, am I right? What, that she's been in the final 4 for the past 3 years? Without checking, I wouldn't know. I mean, I do remember her getting down to one-on-one with Bianca the year Bianca won it. And that was brilliant. That really felt like a moment. I remember it getting down to Bianca and Rhea. And I remember, I think this was last year, 2021, when Bianca won it. I remember there's this moment where they're both looking at each other and they run at each other and they jump at each other and they kind of grab each other and swing each other around in the air. It's a great moment where they just want to get at each other and beat the other person. They just run at each other and they end up swinging around. Such a cool looking moment. And you really feel like you're watching the 2 big women that are going to take this company forward over the next 10 years. You feel like you're watching this generation's Lita and Trish in that moment. And honestly, we still could be. I mean, I'm sat here, nearly 2 years after that moment. I think it will be 2 years when we get to this year's WrestleMania, or the next WrestleMania. Royal Rumble. And it still feels like they're the 2 to me. It still feels like Bianca and Rhea are still the 2 biggest females of this generation that have come through. Before that, of course, you would have the 4 horsewomen and Asuka just a bit afterwards. And then we go into Rhea and Bianca. And then you could make an argument that you've got Cora Jade, you've got Roxanne Perez, you've got a few others that are like coming through. But yeah, great moment. Definitely I'd love to see Rhea win the Rumble. What do you think's going to happen with Alexa and Bray's logo in that story? Said Alex. Alex Griffin, shout out to you. I look. It's quite clear that Alexa is being persuaded to go back with Bray. She's sort of being brainwashed somehow. We don't know how. And so she's sort of not really in control of herself. I think 2023 we're going to see her join back with Bray. I think that she will go back to being a version of Playground Alexa, but I don't know that it's going to be exactly the same. I think it could be. I think, it didn't work for me, but they sold a lot of Lily dolls. So I could imagine that she'll have Lily. I can imagine that she'll be convey a sort of darkness. How far we're going to go with this, though, I really don't know. There's big question marks over the supernatural stuff with Triple H. We know that Vince was willing to go there. He went there with The Fiend. Will Triple H go that far with Bray and with Alexa? We haven't seen much evidence to suggest in the past that he would. He's sort of a traditionalist when it comes. I mean, he was trained by Killer Kowalski. He grew up like with wrestling being kayfabe, where we've said it before. Like wrestling, not that long ago, was real, believable. Like they fooled people. I watched a documentary on Mid-South Wrestling. It was Tales from the Territories, the new Vice show from the peoples that make Dark Side of the Ring, and they were talking about how no territory really portrayed kayfabe or held it as important as Mid-South did. In Mid-South, Bill Watts, if you got into a bar fight, if you was a wrestler in Mid-South and you got into a bar fight, you had to win that fight. If you didn't, you would be fired by Mid-South, because it was that important that the wrestlers were made to look real and legit and believable. And, it was really important to the business. They wanted anyone that bought a ticket and went to their show to 100% believe everything they were being shown was real. And that wasn't just Mid-South. I mean, that was the business. That is pro wrestling. For the longest time, it did try to fool people, and it did want people to believe that what they were watching was real. So this is where my personal struggles come in with supernatural wrestling. And when we do stray away and go into like some of the silliness that we see in like modern wrestling, if you will, is that's just not where wrestling has been. We are going down new paths. We are taking wrestling into areas that it's not been. And, that then leads us to a whole conversation about what is wrestling going to be in the next 10 years? What is pro wrestling in 2023? How does it fit into the modern world? People don't believe it's real anymore. You've got UFC, which is real fighting. So what does pro wrestling become? And it opens up this big conversation that we have touched on many times before, and we're not going to touch on it now. But it is interesting because what do you do with Alexa in 2023? What do you do with Alexa? There's going to be some people out there that say go back to her, lights off, they come back on and there's a playground in the ring. Lights off, come back on, she's completely teleported to the other side of the arena. Lights off, come back on, she's... Or maybe not even lights off, maybe she just floats down to the ring. Do you know what I mean? And like maybe they do like go full on with the supernatural stuff. Maybe they lean into it even more. Where wrestling goes in the future, I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. And everyone's going to have their own ideas about what they want to see and their own opinions as to where it should go. And I think she's undoubtedly going to join with Bray. I think she's undoubtedly going to become Playground Alexa again. It's just under Triple H. What does that look like? I really don't know. I really don't know. We'll find out next year, won't we? It's going to be a big year for Bray and a big year for Alexa. Brenton said, I think Alexa could have been the next Trish. Had she returned to her 2018 title run gimmick. She's small in size, I thought she was getting there as far as in ring before the gimmick change. Is that fair to say? I mean, I always felt that she is someone that can go into the ring and have a decent match. I don't know that she's going to give you a 5-star match. I do find some of her stuff to be a little soft at times, actually. Like, it might be because of her size that some of the impact of her moves don't carry that much impact. Like when she goes against, I like to watch wrestlers really going for it. You know, this is why I love Gunther. Like, I love watching Gunther. I love watching Roman. I love watching people really trying to get that win. Look at Jamie Hayter against Hikaru Shida the other day. So much praise for that match. And that's because you've got two women really trying to get the win. The win really matters. And they really want to get it. And they're digging deep and they're working hard. And the moves looked nice. I mean, I was full of praise for Thunder Rosa when she was in NWA. She used to really lay in stuff. And it's good to see. I want to feel like I'm watching something important. I want to feel like I'm watching something that matters to these people. And this is where I have a little bit of a problem with some of the women. Just some of the women, not all women. I love women's wrestling. So this is not a knock of women's wrestling, but just some of the women where they go against the ropes and it's like, you know, bounce against the ropes and it's like, don't want to touch them too much. Come off now. Forearm strike. And it's all dainty. It's all dainty. It's sort of like going through the motions. Now I do this, go down, up, right, bulldog, go the right ropes, boop, into like clothesline. Now I go over here, I go up top. And you can sort of even, as you're watching them, you can sort of even hear the thought process of like, now I do this, now I go down, axe handle, that's great, now over here. And it's like, I don't feel like I'm watching a contest. I feel like I'm watching someone performing a sequence of moves. And sometimes I feel that with Alexa. Sometimes I feel that with Alexa. And it could be down to her size, that she is small. And to be honest, I don't think she's a naturally aggressive person. I think she loves Disney. And I think she's a lovely person. And I think that comes out in her wrestling as well, is that she can be a lovely person. And I don't know that she's got that ferociousness about her. You know, you look at someone like Sarah Logan, who, you know, I think could be quite a powerful woman. She seems to be able to get in there and, like, throw people around and, you know, like, really... The way she's got her hair and the face paint and everything, you look at her and you can believe that she would mess someone up, you know? I look at Alexa and it's like, it's a little bit harder to... believe that she would do that or could do that. And, I mean, I'm sure she, you know, she is capable of some decent matches. I've definitely seen some decent Alexa matches, but it's just, I think sometimes they can feel a bit soft, a bit dainty. And I think that for her, she enjoys the character work. I think she really enjoys being the Dark Alexa because it allows her to act and perform and do character work and little looks and things like this, you know, and like head movements, little turns of the head and looking at Lily and having Lily do things, like all these little movements and these little performances. That is something that Alexa is very good at, and character work is something Alexa is very good at. And I think she really enjoys that. She said that that's the most fun she's ever had, is being the Dark Alexa, because I think that is something she is good at. She's an actress. She can perform. She can do acting. In ring, though, I just think she can be a bit soft and dainty too many times. I want to see her get in there, like really get stuck in, you know, really lay it in. And so I would love to see that in 2023 from Alexa. That'd be kind of fun, actually. You know, it'd be fun to go down like the roster and go, right, this is where we think they are, or this is where the person is to me. This is what I'd love to see from them. In 2023, I'd love to see them show a bit more of this, or I'd love to see them show a bit more of that, and just like go down the roster. That's certainly not something we're going to be doing right now, but yeah, she is someone that I think did have some decent matches. Then I don't know if she picked up an injury. She was out the ring for the longest of times. She was doing a lot of moment of blisses. again, no, very good at that. Very good actress. Very good at sitting there talking, interviewing. Like, that's a side that Alexa has never struggled with. And now we're starting to see her kind of come back into the ring a little bit more. And I can't say that I've seen anything really out of her that's blown my mind since she's like come back, started doing stuff. But again, she is now in a great place. 2023 is going to be a big year for Alexa because she now has got a full year of Triple H's booking. She has now got Triple H that's going to seemingly help her get back to that darker side. And she's going to be doing stuff with Bray. She's going to be involved in some big creative. And she can do her character work. And I'm sure she's going to be putting some matches that's going to allow her to show what she can do. And she needs to deliver. It's simple as that. She's got to show that she is worthy of this level of investment. She will with the character work. But will she give us great matches? At the end of the year, can we find a 4-star match, something like that, in her pay-per-view appearances? Will there be some matches in there? Not even 5, anything that's 4 or above. Will there be one of those, a couple of those in there that we can go, that was amazing, that was brilliant? Because you can definitely do that with Bianca. Whether you can do that with Ronda or not, I mean, I really enjoyed Ronda versus Charlotte at WrestleMania Backlash. I thought that was excellent. So I would be high on that. But I don't think we got enough out of Ronda either, but that's a whole separate conversation. Gaming in Real Time, shout out to you, buds, says, do you think we should get a swerve and Sammy turns? No. I don't think Sammy should turn because I think that what we want to do is we want to build up sympathy for Sammy. So Sammy is someone that we should be feeling sorry for. And so I don't really want Sammy to turn because then, you know, you'll be pleased that he's finally opened his eyes and he's away from the bloodline and he's come to realization. But I think he'll be a bigger star if there's actually sympathy on him. It's one thing to be, well done, Sammy. I'm pleased you've come to realize that this isn't the right way forward for you. That's one thing. But, oh my God, they've just beaten up Sammy, left him like absolutely assaulted, bloody, hardly breathing, battered. Like, and that sympathy will be such a powerful thing for Sammy that, you know, the crowd love him anyway. But imagine the heat that Roman and the Bloodline get by turning on Sammy. Imagine the heat that they get, and imagine the sympathy that Sammy gets. Like, that is powerful. That's powerful. And that is something that you can use to really push Sammy wherever you want to push him. I really think you can take him to the top. I really think you could get Sammy to be the one to defeat Roman. I think you could do that if you want to go that way. I think that's how powerful it's going to be if you tell that story right. But if you have Sammy be the one that turns on the Bloodline, all of that goes away. All of that sympathy goes away. All of a sudden, there might even be some people that have a bit of sympathy for the Bloodline because the Bloodline haven't done Sammy any wrong. They haven't mistreated him. So if he turns on them, all of a sudden, you're starting to get a bit confused about who you feel sorry for and who you're actually supporting. So I don't think that would be the right way forward at all. I think you've got to have the Bloodline turn on Sammy. But Night, shout out to you. Rumors of WWE cancelling the 3rd hour of Raw. What are your thoughts? Don't believe it. Don't believe it. I think that they will just want to get as much money as possible. Nick Khan has already said that. He just wants money. He said if he could have a 4th hour, he would take it. So why would they cancel a 3rd hour? I know Triple H doesn't like booking the 3rd hour. But there's a big difference between not enjoying booking it and having money for booking it. So I don't think they'll get rid of it. I'll be really surprised if they do. They've just announced the Pitch Black match, and that is going to be at the Royal Rumble, and that is going to be, we think, Bray Wyatt taking on LA Knight in a Pitch Black match. What that is, we don't know. But look at that. Look at the announcement of that today. That match is sponsored by Mountain Dew, Pitch Black. It's sponsored by Mountain Dew. So you even look at that match and go, they're making money from it. Like, any way that WWE can make money, that is all they care about. Yeah, I understand Triple H wants good creative and a good show and all of this, but they just want money. Money, money, money. They are taking money from Saudi Arabia. They are taking money from wherever they can get their hands on it. I just don't see any reason why they would walk away from a third hour of advertising and money. Fight Clips, shout out to you. Hope you are well, buds. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. Hope you've had a good Christmas. Brooklyn Joker said, what if one of the Bloodline wins the Rumble match? Then at WrestleMania, we get Bloodline versus Bloodline for the Universal Championship. There was a thought that, could we have Sammy win the Royal Rumble? I love that idea because I think you could have Sammy win it. You could have him still be in with the Bloodline. And you could say to Roman, I won the Rumble. I'm not interested in taking that title from you. I acknowledge you. You are my tribal chief. You can have WrestleMania off. So that's it. Done. Well done. And that's it. And brilliant. And then they turn on Sammy. They turn on Sammy. Not that night. Month later, 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later, 6 weeks later. They turn on Sammy. And then Sammy obviously is out of the Bloodline. Goes to Adam Pearce. And says, can I still get my match at WrestleMania? And that's it. It's done, innit? I mean, the Bloodline will have forgotten about it. We will have been a few weeks removed from it. So, they will have forgotten. Sammy said he's not going to do that. So, right, that's in the past now. Done. And now they've beaten him up. He's been kicked out of the Bloodline. But Sammy says he wants that match now. And so Roman has to defend against Sammy at WrestleMania. I mean, it'd be awesome. The only problem you've got is that it is rumored that this year we're getting Roman and Rock. And I think that would overshadow the Sammy story, to be honest. So this wouldn't be the right year for it. And also the rumor is, of course, that they're looking to do Cody against Roman. So again, I don't even think Sammy is factoring in there either. So I'm not expecting that. But that would be one way of, I'm sure, many ways that you could book Sammy to go after the title. Today, Brody passed away 2 years ago. Do you think we see something for him tonight? Don't think so. I don't think so. I think these sorts of anniversaries, there's a lot of them. I mean, if you think a wrestler's probably passed away now on every day of the year, and it's probably an anniversary of something at some point. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure today in wrestling history, it's the whatever anniversary of, someone passing away or some big iconic event. I don't know that. When do you draw that line of constantly honoring and remembering and things along those lines? I think WWE are probably going to be focused on just tonight's show, the clip show, and get that done. So I don't know. Personally, I don't think they need to do anything. As I said, I think at what point do you draw a line in the sand? I mean, you have to at some point, of course. I think it's absolutely right that the week he passes away, you put a graphic up or a video package. But then, a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, where's that line? So for me, Brody passing away, it was horrific news. It's had big repercussions, of course. Something that's been one of the most spoken about, incidents, moments, tragedies in recent times. But I don't think WWE needs to do anything tonight. This Raw doesn't count in the ratings because it's a best of, but do you think one of the hours for the show dips below 1 million? I don't think so. I would be surprised if it dipped below 1 million. I think you still get people tuning in. People are in a habit of tuning into Raw. And even though a lot of people are going to be already aware this is just a clip show, I'd be surprised if we went under 1 million. I don't know that we've ever gone under 1 million. I don't think we have. I don't think we've ever gone under 1 million. So I'd be surprised if we did. Is there Raw tonight? There is Raw tonight, yes. And I think that we should be starting with it very soon. There we go. So we got the Street Profits. Okay, so we got the Street Profits on screen. They are showing off. So they're in a white room, and he was saying if we think about a moment or a match, it will pop up on screen. We've got all of 2022 in at fingertips. So we're just waiting to go over to the first match that we're going to be getting. But at the moment, we just got the Street Profits doing a little thing. They're talking about Cody's return. Talking about Ronda winning the Rumble. I finished all those shows with 5 days to spare. Well done. Stone Cold moment. They're talking about Stone Colds. So, Street Profits. Intro is what we've got. We'll see what the first match is that we're going to be going to very soon. Stone Cold, what? Technical difficulties. There's little technical difficulties as Montez was starting to get a little bit risky whilst talking about Stone Cold. Talking about Brock and his tractor. That was sick, man. That's such a great moment, Brock and the tractor at SummerSlam. Will Doctor Who turn up on Raw tonight? He's normally hanging around at this time of year. I'm not expecting Doctor Who. What are we going to first? We've got a pretty long intro from the Street Profits. So Street Profits just giving us this this intro as we're waiting to go to this first match. Bad Bunny. Ugh. I hate these best of episodes, says Jim. Brenton said, what would you think of a Sammy face turn at Mania, or should it wait longer? I think Sammy should win his Mania match, be brushed off by the Bloodline, and have him shun the Bloodline after the Rock match. I think it needs to be more brutal than that. I don't think he should be brushed off or shun. He needs to be outright attacked. He needs to be beaten up. He needs to be brutalized. It needs to be the crowds, like, in tears. I want to see kids crying at how brutal Sammy is being beaten up. His shirt needs to be ripped. Blood. We need blood, actually, for that moment. If there's one moment this year that needs blood, it's going to be when they turn on Sammy. Sammy should be left bleeding. Sammy should have tears coming down his cheek as well. Like, if I'm Triple H, I'm making this as big and dramatic as I can. I want his clothes ripped. I want him tears coming down his cheek. I want this to be emotional. I want this to be really emotional. So I wouldn't just have him like shunning. I really would take it further than that. Right, we've left the Street Profits. We've gone to a studio setting now. We've got Jackie Redmond. Jackie Redbrand. Jackie Redbrand. And Corey Graves. So we've got both of those in a CGI studio in Connecticut. Can I just say, Jackie is wearing a red top with a big bow on it. She looks like a lovely Christmas present. That's a fun top, that is. That's a fun top. Okay, they're talking about Roman and Brock. SummerSlam. SummerSlam. Looks like we're going to Brock and Roman first. Last man standing match. So it looks like we're going to be reliving Brock versus Roman at SummerSlam first. Here he is with the tractor. I thought they were going to show all of it, but they're showing Brock coming down with the tractor. Is this the whole show? It will be like this, unfortunately. It is a best of. So Brock coming down in the tractor. I need to. I don't have the correct channel on. I need to change the channel of this. I'm watching it on BT on the internet, and I'm about probably 30 seconds behind or so. So give me 1 second. Ding, ding, ding. I have no idea what channel I was on. I think I was on a shopping channel, you know. So, Brock in the Brock Lesnar. Brock in the front of the dumpster part of that tractor. It's cool, isn't it? It's cool. This was such a great moment. I mean, honestly, I think in like 50 years' time, we'll still be looking back at this. When have we ever seen anything like this at like SummerSlam? We've seen vehicles get involved before, of course, but I mean, like a digger, a tractor that's actually able to scoop up, lift up the ring. I mean, just incredible. Incredible. What did Meltzer give this, actually? Might as well just have a little... I know there will be people that aren't that crazy about old Davey Meltzer's ratings. Dave Meltzer, SummerSlam 2022. But let's have a little... We'll have a glimpse. We'll have a little glimpse. He scored it 4.5 stars. Hey, for young Dave Meltzer, that's not bad, is it? 4.5 stars. Bianca and Becky, 4 stars. Logan and Miz, 4 stars as well. So we've got belly to belly on the outside by Brock. The absolute best of 2022 continues after the break. So we are going to our first commercial break. It is Clip Show tonight. We've seen these types of shows before. Are we getting 4 matches? I would think so. Was Meltzer stoned? Probably. If this was the Tokyo Dome, it would have got 6 stars. Dort Knight said 4.5. That fight was nowhere near that score. It was decent. The tractor made it. To be honest, I don't mind the show being a year in review. It's just the fact it's going to be 3 hours, which for me is a bad thing, said Phobic 2K. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand, like, a year in review being like an hour or something like that. Like that's fine. But 3 hours is quite a lot. Why they couldn't just tape a show? To be honest, I mean, why couldn't they just tape an episode of Raw after last week's Raw? But I think this is a nice way of getting some of their... Because you got to remember, this content hasn't been seen on TV. So it's only through Peacock. So this is a way of showing off some of the very best premium live event matches that won't have been seen on TV. So I suppose if you're a fan of WWE but not a fan enough to go and get Peacock... at least you're finally seeing some of the best matches of the year that you've maybe missed out on. How many of those people are out there, though, I have no idea. Who likes watching wrestling to the point that you tune in on a weekly basis, but you don't like it enough to watch the pay-per-views? I really like wrestling. I watch it every single week, but I'm not getting Peacock. I'm not getting Peacock. I ain't watching WrestleMania. I ain't watching SummerSlam. I'll just stick to Raw, thank you very much. Who's doing that? And why are we catering for them idiots? Jeez Louise. I don't understand Meltzer's rating of Rock Hogan, said Aubrey Edwards. That match did everything professional wrestling was supposed to. Yeah, big shout out to everyone that joined us for that. I was really surprised at how many people joined us. I was not expecting half of the amount of people that joined us for that retro watch along. It's pretty fun, actually. We sat down, went through the whole of WrestleMania 18. We had a bit of a chat about WrestleMania 18. Obviously, we were talking about Christmas. We was talking about the year. We was just chatting about a few different things, actually. It was good. It was good. So really appreciate people stopping by and sharing their thoughts on that. So, yeah, WrestleMania 18 was cool. We will try and do other retro watch-alongs as and when we can. But, it's just so busy, isn't it? I mean, we're pretty much, we know what we do during the week. And then there's some big stuff coming up on weekends. We have got a boxing fight coming up soon with Tank Davis, who I really enjoy watching. We're going to be all over that fight. So that's coming up, I think, January 4th. So I think that's a week on Saturday. I think it's a week on Saturday, that one. So we are doing that. So as soon as we get past this Christmas period and past New Year and everything, we're right back into it. Right, this isn't the full match by the looks of it. I don't think they're going to show the full thing. I think they're just going to show you highlights because already, look, we've already gone to him shoving the ring. So here's Brock shoving the ring with the tractor. I feel like they just wanted to show you a bit of the action, and now they want to show you Brock getting that digger underneath the ring. There it is. Scooping it up. Roman falls. So good. It's so cool. Look at that. That is so good. Michael Cole said, I've never seen anything like this. It's amazing. It's still amazing. It's one of the moments of the year when Brock gets... And they've got all great camera angles of it as well, of course. Look at that. Lesnar standing on that tractor as the ring is lifted in the air. How they were able to do that and keep things safe, I genuinely don't know, because you can't afford for that ring to topple over. You can't afford for that ring to come up and come over. There's got to be something that prevents the ring from toppling. There's got to be something that prevents the ring posts from falling into the crowd as well. Brock is belly to belly on the Usos. The Usos have come down. Alexander Young said, I hope everyone has a happy new year. Alexander, same to you, bud. Hope you had a great Christmas and a happy new year. So, the ring has been flipped up. We are next week going to be seeing Austin Theory against Seth Rollins United States Championship. Don't forget, this Friday is huge. This Friday, we have got a monstrous episode of SmackDown. Absolutely massive. So don't think that this best of stuff is going to go on all week. In fact, I don't even know what we've got tomorrow for NXT. I don't think that's a best of the year. Up on the shoulders, Paul Heyman, bang, put through the table. Heyman put through the commentary table. Heyman down. And Roman spears Brock. Brock goes down. This is pretty fun. A-Town down. Oh, they buried Theory. They buried him. All Brock had to do was lower the bucket of the tractor on Roman, and he couldn't get up, said Dark Angel. Here's Theory making his way down. A-Town down. Theory running down, looking to cash in. He gives the briefcase. Well, he doesn't. He wallops Roman in the face with it first. Now he's handing it to the ref. Brock picks up Theory. F5 onto the Money in the Bank briefcase. Oh, Usos kicking Brock. Brock going down. Brock's got muscles on muscles, hasn't he? I secretly don't like wrestling, despite watching 78 shows in 2 weeks. I now need a detox. I bet you do, bud. I bet you do. There is such thing as burnout, you know. I could totally believe if you was a bit like, I'm full. I don't need to watch anymore ever again. Brock on his feet. Spear by Roman. Spear by Roman onto both of the belts. Bang. So good. Roman with the Universal Championship, looking out at the crowds. He's got the Universal belt in his hand. They just couldn't keep Brock down. Bang! You ain't welcome here. For the love of God, count faster. Michael Cole says to the ref, look, they're just putting anything they can get their hands on top of Brock, chucking chairs, tables. The whole announce table is being dumped on top of Lesnar. Ring steps get chucked on as well. Roman standing on top of it also. And there we go. Brock down underneath a whole commentary table. Ring steps. It took 3 of them. It took 3 of them. It took Roman and both the Usos to get that done. To be honest, I don't know why I'm watching this, said James. Have you not seen this? Maybe you've not seen these matches? Guess what? Chris Jericho was on The Masked Singer. His costume was a pink dinosaur with a pink wedding dress. Nice. This is going to be re-show because I'm out. If so, it's a re-show. It's a clip show. It's a best-of show. But SmackDown is not. SmackDown is massive this week. John Cena and Kevin Owens teaming up to take on Sami and Roman. And there is a thought that that is where we could see Roman turn on Sami. Or that's where the split could start. Sami could let down Roman. And things could start getting uncomfortable from Friday. We've got... it's a women's title match as well, isn't it? Isn't the women's title match coming up as well? Ronda taking on Raquel. Is that Friday? I know we've got Bianca and Alexa on the Monday after. Both Raw next week and SmackDown at the end of this week. Both of them are big, big shows. Big, big shows. Fireworks going off. We love Sasha sign in the background. Lol. Big smile on the face of the tribal chief. As we get closer to 2024 for a wild prediction, do you think SmackDown will stay on Fox or will NBC make a bid to get all 3 brands? There's also Amazon that could make a play for live sports. I think that they could end up moving. I don't know. I don't know if... I don't know how Fox feel about the 2.2 million. I mean, I don't feel like it's bad. I think it might... Rumours are, though, it's below what they were hoping for, but it's held pretty steady at the 2.2 million. But, I mean, look, it's going to come down to who puts the money down, innit? Who's going to pay the money? And I would imagine that someone could come in. Content is king in the modern age. Like, if you can churn out good regular content, then brilliant. And WWE are able to do that. So there'll be a lot of streaming platforms that would really love to have WWE. Because the big thing about WWE is it's not like getting a TV show. Like, I love Walking Dead, but Walking Dead was 24 episodes long for the latest season. And that was its last season. So not only is it finished now, but it was only running for half a year, 24, like just over half a year. That meant the other half of the year, there was no new content from like The Walking Dead. Whereas with WWE, you are getting new content every single week. And it's never stopping. Well, might stop one day, but it's not stopping anytime soon. Right, we're seeing John Cena now. John Cena. John Cena. Cena coming back for his 20-year celebration. It was an honor to be your opponent, said Triple H. There's Trish saying, John, you have inspired a generation of millions. Do you know what? This is a fun show to watch if you haven't been watching much WWE this year. If you haven't watched much WWE, this is what we did in 2022, in all fairness. They haven't even shown you that whole match between Brock and Roman, just like the tractor part, like the juicy part. And now here's John Cena and the celebration for his 20 years. But again, this is all edited to take out, like, some of the waffle. I feel like we are just really focusing on the best of the best parts of the best matches, the best parts of the best segments. I appreciate that. It's going to mean that the show is going to bounce along quite nice, actually. Ruthless aggression. Well, we hear from Cody tonight. That would be nice. That would be good. That'd be good. We might do. We might get a nice fresh update. WWE do live tour holiday at MSG. SmackDown brand edition, said Easy 99. I did see WWE MSG was trending, yeah. Whenever they do a backstage bit, they should have Paul London back just to stand there and smile, said Eric. Tried to get some family into WWE over Christmas. They weren't having it, said JB. It's tricky. Wrestling, I think, is either one of those things that you can appreciate or you're not going to get it. I think it's really hard to get into it as an adult. I think a lot of what WWE serves up is aimed at youngsters, and I think that for a lot of us, we love the wrestling, and I think we're able to not worry about if it's a bit cringe at times. It doesn't really affect us because we've just watched it so long that we're so used to a lot of these things. But as someone coming in with fresh eyes, I could understand people, like, if you're into, I don't know, The Sopranos and The Wire and Breaking Bad, I don't know how easy it would be to sit down and watch WWE, even less so when Vince was booking it. It's maybe a bit more palatable now that Triple H is booking it. There's been some pretty bad segments. There's been segments that WWE have put out where, you sit there and you're like, I'm so glad that no one is watching this with me. I know you're watching it with me, but, like, I'm so glad none of my, like, friends that don't watch wrestling are seeing this right now. This would be a tricky one to explain. Like when Drake Maverick wet himself. Even Elias with Riddle and the instruments and Riddle, do you want to hit my bongster? Even that was like, jeez. First time he said it was fun, but then, like, I remember there being a bit where they were in the ring and surrounded by instruments and they were doing a song and, like, Riddle was trying to bongo along. That felt a long few minutes, man. That felt like a long few minutes. WWE Shop. Got a little advert. Talking of Riddle, we've got a 420 brochure. House open slate. Shush, shush, please. What fun it is at WWE Shop. Tonight only, save up to 50% on select styles. Oh yeah, we've got all the Boxing Day sales, haven't we? Did anyone get anything good for Christmas, or is anyone looking for anything for Christmas? Boxing Day sales starting today. I must admit, I have not had a look, to be honest, but I'm not really after anything, to be honest. There might be some good stuff at Ringside Collectibles. They tend to normally have some good sales. Wrestling Shop here in the UK. That'd be worth a look, of course. And WWE Shop. I'm gonna go to the live show on Friday, said 1 Minute Wrestler. Have fun, bud. Looks like it's gonna be a great show, that one on Friday. Looks like it's gonna be a great show. Omaron said, breaking news, we are gonna hear from Cody tonight. Days WWE has tweeted that we will hear from Cody. Okay, well, that'll be interesting. See what the Codster's got to say. Don't know that he's going to announce for the Rumble or anything, but yeah, that'd be nice if we did. Is that why wrestling is just a sport that struggles to create eyeballs because the business is exposed because of the internet? Is that why wrestling is just a sport that struggles to create eyeballs? The business is exposed because of the internet. I think it's a challenge, isn't it? If you know that the results are predetermined, you have got a choice as to whether you are interested in a show like that or not. You know, some people just don't get it. They just don't understand. Why would you watch a sport where the outcome is predetermined? Like, these people walking around claiming they're the best, like Roman. Well, they're only the best because of the booking. Like, you know, if this was real, then surely Brock would smash Roman. Like, and people just can't get it. And there's people that just don't get it. I don't blame those people. If you can't watch it and enjoy it for what it is, and it just doesn't appeal to you, it just doesn't appeal to you. So I think that there's a few barriers when it comes to wrestling, and I'd say that's one of the biggest. And then also, you know, if you want something that's like wrestling, that's fighting and people battling to be the best, well, now you've got UFC. I mean, you always had boxing. But since 1993, now you've even got another whole sport that's just come along out of nowhere. That's only been around since 93. And that's UFC. And that is two people locked in a cage that are really fighting to try and prove that they're the best. So there's a few challenges. There's a few challenges when it comes to getting into wrestling. But, I mean, we're here because we're into it, so we don't need to worry about that. But this is why wrestling keeps reaching out to celebrities, because the hope is that they can use their fan bases to constantly bring new people in. They're constantly trying to find ways of bringing in fresh eyeballs. It is, I mean, I do feel sorry for WWE. It is hard because you're not only competing against other sports, you are competing for the attention of kids, which means you're competing against KSI, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, YouTube, TikTok, Fortnite, Instagram. You're competing. Vince is right when he says that their competition isn't like just like AEW. He doesn't worry about AEW. He worries about everything, because everything can take people's eyes away from WWE. And that is true. That is true. Right, now we're going over to Stone Cold's and Kevin Owens. So we're seeing Kevin Owens in the ring, Stone Cold making his way down. This isn't your show, this is my show. I'm here to challenge you to a match right here, right now. Bang, and then here's the highlights of the match. That's a great spot. I forgot that spot. I forgot when Kevin Owens tried to hit Stone Cold with the chair, bounces off the ropes and smacks him back in the head. Oh, we didn't actually get much of that match, you know. I thought we'd get more of that match. That's it. Stone Cold Stunners and so many Steve Weisers. That's my favorite match of all time, said Wrestle with Andy. Good to see Bray wrestle at a live event, said Patrick. I wonder if tag or multi-person UFC matches, but they do them in Russia, you know. They've done them in Russia. You can see videos of them doing like 2-on-2. They've even done like 4 against 1, but 4 smaller guys against 1 bigger guy. Like, there's some pretty wild stuff out there. I don't know that UFC will ever bring that in, but Russia, oh God, there's so much weird. There's people fighting in phone boxes in Russia, like proper fighters in a phone box, just going at it. It's pretty wild. Right, we're seeing a recap here of WrestleMania right now. Johnny Knoxville. Oh, yeah, this match. Johnny against Sammy. Anything goes match. So again, it's highlights of this as Sammy is laying into Johnny, hurling him into a table in the corner. Foghorn going off, couple of trash can lids. Stop sign. There's Wee Man. No, the Wee Man moment was awesome. Wee Man picking up and slamming Sammy. And then we've got the big giant hand that smacks Sammy in the face. Pyro went off. Then he gets slammed into a table full of mouse traps. Then a giant mousetrap comes in. They've added a sound for when the mousetrap went off. An unbelievable WrestleMania moment. Oh, here's Sammy. Why would you show that? Of all the things. Management told me they would never show that match again. He said, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. You can't talk about the best 2022 without talking about the Bloodline. So still to come tonight, we've got the Bloodline. Oh. Coming up next, we'll take a look at my dogs. So we're going to look at Usos against New Day coming up next. I won't give anything away, but it was pretty juicy. So there we go. We hear from Sammy. That's nice. 2022 is Sammy's best year so far, said Austin. His dogs. My dogs. Mark said if Bray isn't on the show, then WWE fans will riot. Bray Wyatt versus Jinder is live. What do you mean? Wyatt's return was awesome. Oh, they'll have the Wyatt return. There's no doubt about that. Legend Killer, hello. Shout out to you. We are at commercial break, yeah. We are at commercial break. So we're 36 minutes into the show. We've already seen Roman against Brock. We've already seen the Stone Cold moment. I mean, in all fairness, they are ramming a lot into this show. I kind of thought that we would just get the full Roman versus Brock match, and that would take up like half an hour. But they've, kept it like quite short. They've kept the Stone Cold like section quite short. And we are just really racing through quite a lot of stuff here. So I think they really are trying to make this the best of 2022 and really cover as much as possible. So could be a fun little ride, this. It should zip along quite nicely. Bray versus Jinder is happening at MSG now. Okay. Alex said, bummer, WWE has this show when it is Bray and Jinder. One word to describe 2022 is oozy, says Kieran. Is there the footage online of Bray and Jinder? I mean, this will be Bray's first match since coming back. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah. Ding, ding, ding. The footage is... there is footage of it. Don't know if we've got... it's not the sharpest footage, though. I'd imagine it's going to be a really short little match. Have a little look. I've got to imagine that was like 20 minutes ago, so I've got to imagine that that's concluded. Bray wrestled his first match against Jinder. Bray about to wrestle. Bray is here. This is surreal. The same footage is just being shared, to be honest. Here we go. Bray just defeated Jinder at Madison Square Garden. How long did it go for, though? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm trying to find out. I wanted to know who won, but how long did the match actually go for? Oh, here it is. I've got the ending. Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail connects.
1, 2, 3.
I can show you the ending of that. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. Here we go, look. Sister Abigail, bang, connects. 1, 2, 3. Here's your winner. Okay. Okay. Bang. It's a nice Sister Abigail, isn't it? Nice. Don't hinder the Jinder. Okay, Kathy Kelly is going to be doing something now. The New Day. What's Kathy Kelly doing? Oh, she's sitting down with the New Day. What's she doing? Oh, was Kathy going to do it? No, she's decided not to do it. Champion! So the New Day doing a little bit of a hip swivel. We've been waiting all day for this. And you don't want to gyrate? They're upset with Kathy. So she's congratulating them on their win over Pretty Deadly. Did you see the World Cup final? Did 15 million on BBC, 4.3 on ITV. Not sure if DVR was not confirmed. So far, numbers are close to over 20 million. It might be a new records. No, I don't really look for ratings, to be honest. I mean, I did look for the WWE, not WWE, the England ratings. I did look for those. I would recommend big time Baxter that you go into working for a ratings company. Kofi says that he didn't have NXT around when he was coming through, and it's super cool that he can be tag team champ right now. Talking about the evolution of New Day. Is there no Raw tonight? Yeah, we got Raw. We got a sit-down interview with the New Day. World Cup has gone to a 4-year VAR review. It would be good if they could say something of significance, you know? I don't know that we're going to hear anything too tasty. Okay, so they're talking about their feud with the Usos. Talking about how when the Usos started, they used to come out with the traditional face paint and how their team has evolved. Their heel turn has been one of the best heel turns. When we talk about fantastic heel turns in WWE, you have to talk about the Usos. Thought Gakpo signing with Liverpool instead of Man United. We spoke about it. Yeah, it's a good signing for Liverpool. Good price. Did you hear that we've got 2 title matches next Monday? Rollins versus Theory and Bianca versus Alexa. Austin said Usos are the best tag team of their generation. WWE should be airing the MSG show over this. I agree with that. But to be honest, I don't know if they want Bray's first match to be that match with Jinder. Like, he needs to start getting matches to get some, like, you know, the ring rust off. But you might not necessarily want to be showing that on TV. So that might be the part of the thought process. But I agree, a house show in this spot would be amazing. I didn't see what they found so funny there. Oh, that's what he said. I didn't understand what he said. Kofi's Kathy said you're keeping the Usos on their toes, and Kofi went toes like that, and that just really cracked up Xavier. Is the Bray match on Twitter? I'd love to see it. I don't think the full match is, but there's little highlights that we've just shown. I was going to do a quick video on it. We have got some images, though, that are coming through of it. Here you can see Bray and Jinder just as they're about to get going. Then this is like some of the footage, which isn't the sharpest. Sister Abigail, 1, 2, 3. And there's Bray at the end. So, as I said, I was going to do a quick video on it, but honestly, some of the images coming out are not that strong. I completely agree. It would be so much better if this had been like shown instead. But as we said, I just don't know that WWE is going to want Bray's like one of his first return matches to be shown. You know, I think he's still getting rid of that ring rust. So let's do a video then. 'Cause this is big news. So, big breaking news coming out of WWE Madison Square Garden. It is a live show that's going down tonight. And the news is that Bray Wyatt not only is there, but he has wrestled in a match. We believe this to be his first match, official match, since he returned. He took on Jinder Mahal. Here you can see Bray in the ring, Jinder making his way down. This is clearly something that's not got any backstory to it. It's just a way of getting Bray to get some of that ring rust off of him, get him ready for what we think is going to be the pitch black match. It was announced earlier by WWE there will be a pitch black match at the Royal Rumble. We don't know what that means. We believe it's going to be in the dark, of course, but I'm sure we'll still be able to see it somehow. Maybe night vision or something, I'm not sure. Infrared, I don't know, but either way, there is a pitch black match coming up, and that is expected to be between Bray and LA Knight. So we've got to get Bray back up to speed, capable of having matches. And so it looks like we're going to start putting Bray into some matches, maybe against Jinder, some other lower level talent, shall I say, on these house shows, getting him ready for that. So the match did happen. The footage is not great. This is doing the rounds on social media. WWE have not released any official footage of this yet. There could be a clip that comes out. But here you can see Bray circling round with Jinder as this match begins. I don't know how long the match goes for. I don't believe it to be that long. And then Sister Abigail allows Bray to get the 1, 2, 3. And Bray Wyatt picks up the victory. As we said, there's footage out there. It's really not long. It's about like 20 seconds or so. Not really much action in there. The ending is the Sister Abigail. 1, 2, 3. Bray Wyatt picking up the victory. That's a cool looking shot though, isn't it? Bray Wyatt having had a match in a ring. Just really starting, I think, on his journey to getting rid of that like ring rust. That's the big story. I don't expect this to be that, you know, Jinder's going to be an opponent now or he's in a feud with Jinder or anything along those lines. This is just about getting him ready for a match that's going to be good enough to be shown at a premium live event or on Raw or SmackDown or wherever. So it is just about getting him back up to speed. But yeah, big news coming out of Madison Square Garden tonight that Bray Wyatt has wrestled his first match since returning to WWE. Nice image that, isn't it? I really like that image. It looks really, really cool. I really do like that. That's quite striking, I think, with Bray standing in the corner looking out at the crowds. So, as I said, you know, I think Jinder's a good opponent for him because I think that Jinder is someone that is a steady hand. He's been there. He's done it. You know that you're going to be able to get like a decent match out of Jinder. And so, you know, as I said during that little quick recording I just did, I don't think this is the start of going to be him and Jinder feuding or anything. I don't expect this to now be a triple threat between Bray and LA Knight and Jinder or anything along those lines. Okay, we are at commercial break, by the way. So what we were just looking at on the show is we were just looking at New Day and Usos, and we did just have a little sit-down interview. It has been reported that we are going to be hearing from Cody, and in all fairness, we're almost 10 minutes away, and we will have done the first hour of this show. So we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I like the sit-down interviews. I just wish that there was something being said during them. I just wish that, like, it would be really great if, like, there was an announcement that was to be made or something along those lines, you know? Hopefully, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm really torn. Do I want Cody to announce for the Rumble? I'm not sure. I sort of feel like that would be noteworthy. It would be big. It would be a massive moment, but I don't know if I want... I might not want that. I might want it to be a surprise, actually. Might want that to be a surprise. But the thing is, it's a surprise that we all know is going to happen. We all know that he's going to be in the Rumble. So I'm a bit torn. It'd be a nice talking point for tonight. Right, we're still underway with this match. Okay, everyone's down in the ring. This is from SmackDown, if you're trying to figure out when this took place. It's from SmackDown. I actually can't remember the match. I can't remember how long ago it was. Tell you what, you've seen something pretty special if you was at Madison Square Garden tonight, haven't you? Days, who do you think is going to win the tag match, Roman and Sammy or Owens and Cena? I am going to go with Owens and Cena. I think this could be the start of the split, to be honest. I think what we could be seeing here is the beginning of the start of the split. I think that by letting Roman down, I think that this could be where things get a bit messy for Sammy, unfortunately. So I'm gonna go with the face team. And I think as well, you know, we've seen John Cena putting over a lot of people recently. So I sort of feel like that would be really harsh to bring him back and then have him like lose again. So I think if you're going to bring him back, he's not had a match this year. Don't forget, I think the last time we saw him, he lost to, I think the last time we saw him was he's lost to Roman at SummerSlam in 2021. I think that's the last time we saw him. So for him to come back and then lose this match as well would be a bit harsh. He would do it if he had to do it, but I think it makes more sense for the face team to win. Usos victorious here as they beat the New Day. Do you think John Cena will stick around till Mania? I don't know. I think that they've brought him in because there's no Day 1 show. So I think that this is just a way of building up SmackDown, to be honest. I think it makes SmackDown a bigger deal. Still to come, we're going to be hearing from Cody. Coming up next, I think we're going to be looking at Bianca. She said she was in a dark place and then WWE came into her life. Stunning presentation. Is this an advert for 2K22? Apparently they were filming the other week for 2K23, you know. Apparently 2K23 is on the way. The match has been done about 1,000 times now, said Harith. Danny said, Dave's just playing some 2K22. There's an advert on it for it now. Bray is breaking house shows. Bray needs to work a few dark matches to get ring ready, said the Beach Kevin. Is Dominic actually in jail? No, he's out now. Dominic is out and very upset about what went down. If I'm a booker, Bloodline will turn on Sammy after Friday. Roman could hug Sammy and say he loves him, then delivers a low blow. The Usos and Sammy beat the beep out of Sammy whilst Roman stands and smirks. Sammy will low blow Roman and he will team with Kevin at Mania while Cena is celebrating in the ring. His WrestleMania opponent will confront him. Why does Raw look like SmackDown right now? It's best of the year. I touch dead pigeons. That's a great name. That's a great name. Shout out to you, I touch dead pigeons. Hang on. Nice. Kids love it. Are there any matches tonight? Come on, you Spurs. There are... It's a best of show, so there won't be any matches that we haven't seen before. These will all be just matches from SmackDown, Raw, premium live events. We are getting a bit of content that we've not seen before, but sadly nothing at the moment that's that interesting. And as I said, you know, I'd love for them to put something in that really does kind of make some waves and get people excited. But I don't know that we're going to be getting that tonight. Apparently we're going to be hearing from Cody, so could be interesting. But no, this is a best of the year show, unfortunately, tonight. But that is not the case on Friday, and Friday's SmackDown is absolutely monstrous. So don't think this week's a write-off. Don't miss Friday. If this isn't quite to your taste, then I can understand that. Don't miss Friday, because Friday's going to be absolutely massive. Right, let me just put this in, and then I'm done with this. Bray Wyatt beats Jinder Mahal at a WWE house show. This is pretty big news, in all fairness. It is big news. Madison Square Garden. Done. Lovely. Okay, we are back to Raw as well. That was good timing. That was great timing. Right, let's see what we've got next. I think they said Bianca was coming up next. Hello, baby Bianca. Baby Bianca is on screen. So we're just watching, seeing some old... She said she was climbing trees. We need to get this girl involved in some before she hurts herself. She was climbing trees and doing sports with her brother. And seeing her when she's really young, like doing track and fields. The crowd were calling me Little Flojo. Wow, yeah. I was obsessed with being the absolute best and just showing us all the medals that she has won. This is great. I mean, this stuff's gold, man. Seeing her as a kid winning all these awards and track meetups and everything. She developed bulimia. So she developed bulimia. And she was really struggling. I was in a dark place, and that's when WWE came into my life. Bianca Belair, that's a really interesting line. Bianca Belair is who I've always wanted to be, but I've always been too shy to be her. I love all this stuff. This is all like real backgrounds, interesting. I want those little girls to see themselves in me. Black history in the making. Techno Blade never dies. Cena doesn't deserve anything. Well, I think like he's a big star and like it works with the story. I mean, you're right. It doesn't, it's not as if he has to come back and get a win, but I think that he's put a lot of people over recently. I think that he could, and it works for this story as well. So I feel like Kevin and Cena winning is the more likely outcome. We're live apparently with Bianca. Well, maybe not live, but we're going over to Bianca, the Raw Women's Champion. This has been one of my favorite holidays since I was a kid, says Bianca. We're very festive. What's going on with Raw? I've not seen a video for an hour. Usually it shows clips on YouTube. It's a best of tonight, so there won't be really anything to show that you've not seen before. William, hello. Hope you had a great Christmas. Bird said, I need to not be so jaded. Dude, put that as a New Year's resolution. Don't be as jaded next year in 2023. Enjoy life a little bit more. Be like Ruth Redbrand or whatever her name is. Look at her. She's loving life with a big bow on her dress. Do you even make your own gift wrap paper? Because you make everything else, Bianca. William doesn't like chipmunks. That's breaking news. Big Time Back said, with AEW, are you a fan of predictable matches like Big Name versus Jobber? Why don't we get matches like Big Name versus Big Name on Dynamite? I think we do get Big Name on Dynamite, don't we? I think they're pretty. What would you call Big Name versus Big Name? No, do you know what I mean? I feel like it's not like we get many jobber matches at all. When do we ever see jobbers really in AEW that often? I mean, I suppose there's the odd person that comes up from like Dark maybe, but I think they're pretty good at giving you Big Name versus Big Name. Big Name in AEW anyway versus Big Name. Do I like? I do like to see people take on jobbers. Actually, I know it's something that I don't think plays well in ratings, so I'm certainly not saying that they should do it if they want good ratings. But for me personally, I think that the way you build someone is by having them win matches, get momentum. I think momentum is important. I think it's stupid to use momentum though when you're talking about a match that's already been booked, if you will. I think that by that point, you know, the match is done, you're locked in. For example, if you've got a big match at WrestleMania and it's Cody versus Seth, right? And they've got this whole backstory. The week or two before WrestleMania, they don't need to have matches for momentum, right? You don't need it at that point. Like really, you need to build up to get to be booked on a show like WrestleMania. Once you're actually there and you're booked, it's just you and your opponent talking about who's gonna be the victor. Like, you know, cut promos and do backstage attacks or whatever it might be. Like, you don't need momentum at that point. That to me is WWE booking matches to kill time and then using momentum as a way of explaining or justifying why we're doing this match. You see it all the time where, like, for example, Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank will be booked. Everyone's involved in Money in the Bank. And what they'll do is in the final Raw, before Money in the Bank, they'll put all of the participants into a multi-tag match. You know, they'll have all the heels on one team, 4 heels on that team, 4 faces on that team, and they'll do a match for momentum as we go into Money in the Bank. Like, those matches mean nothing. They mean nothing. They are literally there to kill some time. They're there to advertise the Money in the Bank match by having all the participants in the ring so that they can talk about it. And it's also there to kill time from the show. So I'm not crazy about those, but if you want to genuinely build momentum, having Gunther destroy some jobbers is a way of doing that, and then he can go on to some bigger names. You can always have him go on and destroy some more jobbers, even once he's established. There's nothing wrong with beating some jobbers. But you've got to do it the right way. He needs to show off his range of moves. He needs to be brutal. There's no point him going in there, winning that match in like 7 seconds. Going in and beating a jobber quick, that you've not achieved anything. We all know that you can beat this person. So give me something that's going to impress me. Show me something that I'm going to remember. It might be a new move. It could be something I've not seen from you before. It could be something really spectacular. You know, it could be anything. But give me something that I'm going to remember afterwards. If you think like Yokozuna, when he used to take on jobbers, he used to be vicious with his bonsai drops. When he used to do his bonsai, come crashing down on him and like fold his arms as he sat on them. But some of them drops were horrific. Some of them bonsai drops were brutal. You watched those matches, him taking on a jobber back in the early 90s, and you're like, God damn, man, that's gonna have. He must have busted his ribs. That dude must have broken ribs. But it left you with an OMG moment. It left you with something like, what? That is brutal. And so it served a purpose. It served a purpose. It made Yokozuna look like a killer. And that to me is a great jobber match. That to me, there's no point beating him in 7 seconds, 8 seconds. What have you achieved? Right? You ain't achieved nothing. We all know you can beat him. We all know you're going to win. So doing it really quickly doesn't do anything. But give me something that's going to be really impressive. Watching Gunther ragdolling someone around, chucking them about the ring, showing off like gorilla press slam maybe. We don't see gorilla press slams from Gunther. So maybe him showing off his strength, standing in the ring and like gorilla press slamming, like military press slamming someone. Things along those lines that make you go, what? That's sick. Look at that. That is amazing. Like maybe he does it 12 times, 13 times. Perhaps the crowd are even counting as he's doing it or something. Like if you are strong enough to do that, for example. Maybe Gunther isn't. I don't know. But that's my point. Give me something that makes me go, what? That's insane. And you can still get that out of jobber matches. So I do like jobber matches. I think wins are important. Momentum is important. But getting momentum at the right time and doing it to build your character to the point where you can get booked for WrestleMania, you can be booked for Money in the Bank. I would use them types of matches more if I was booking. I would use those types of matches more because I think that we've sort of lost our way a little bit with building up monster heels and building up monster faces and then putting them against each other at WrestleMania. Too many shows, too many of the superstars lose in like 50-50 matches. It's because Raw needs big advertised matches, doesn't it? And SmackDown does. We have to do these big marquee matches to get you to tune in every Monday and to get you to tune in every Friday. The only problem is someone's got to lose. And this is where WWE have to then use outside interference and they have to do all that kind of stuff to try and 50-50 book in. And this is where we start getting into the side of modern wrestling, which I think is not that great, to be honest. Is, you know, then you start hearing, I think it was Road Dogg saying wins and losses don't matter. And you're kind of like, well, what are we even doing here then? If wins and losses don't matter, then what are we even doing? So for me, wins and losses do matter. And I think that building up, a monster heel, building up monster face, smashing them together at WrestleMania and at SummerSlam, like we need to find a way of like doing more of that. And I think one way is to do more jobber matches and actually less 50-50 booking and actually like, you know, really build these people up. And then there'll be a lot more debate about, well, you know, who's going to win? Who's going to win when Gunther takes on Bobby Lashley? A Bobby Lashley that's not been beaten in, you know, months and months and months. A Gunther that's never been beaten. Like, you know, all of a sudden that match feels bigger now. Feels bigger. And I just think that we do too many matches on Raw and SmackDown that are too 50-50, too much outside interference. And we do it because Raw and SmackDown need these marquee matches. They need you to get excited about seeing these matches on Raw and SmackDown. But it does take away sometimes as well from the overall product. So it's a balancing act, isn't it? You've got to get the ratings, but you still need to create the big matches, and trying to do that whilst pleasing everyone is very hard. And this is the side of creative that's a real challenge. That's why I do not think being on the creative team is an easy job at all. It's so easy to sit here and like, oh, how would you book this? How would you book that? Well, I'd do this, I'd do that. But when you actually get into the nitty gritty, when you get into the segment by segment, week by week, pressure to deliver ratings kind of stuff, I bet it's not fun, you know. I bet it's not fun. I bet. And then you've got to deal, certainly when Vince was around, you had to deal with rewrites and everything as well, didn't you? Like, Vince wouldn't be happy with something, so he'd get you to do it again. And so then you'd have to rewrite a segment and whatever. So yeah, you know, all this stuff just constantly changing and churning and different creative differences and whatever. It's interesting. I feel like that's a big conversation again that we could explore. Probably not right now, as we're about to go back to Raw. We just had a bit on Bianca. We just had Bianca and Becky from WrestleMania momentarily. At least Bray finally had a match, said Joe. AEW should recruit Holly Holmes. She could be good. We're still underway here with Becky and Bianca. As we said, this was a lot of people's female match of the year. Let's get this on screen. So, haven't seen this match, actually, since it aired at WrestleMania. Becky flipping over. I think, doesn't she? Yeah, she does. She catches Bianca with her leg. I forgot about that. She flips over and kind of axe kicks Bianca in the face. I'm surprised she didn't, like, bust her nose when she did that. Bianca trying to get Becky into the middle of the ring. She's trying to pull Becky there, but Becky gets KO'd to the outside. Bianca trying to go out. I love Bianca's facial expressions. Going over, grabbing Becky, trying to hurl Becky back into the ring. Bianca getting back into the ring as well. Becky continuing to roll to the other side. And she's on the edge of the ring. Saman has put up Bray and Jinder. It's less than 7 minutes. Evan, shout out to you. That's interesting. I knew it wouldn't be that long. His first match back, like, and I'd imagine of that 7 minutes, it's not fast-paced, like loads of action. I'd imagine there's certainly spurts of it. But I think really it's about just getting into those movements again and just really shaking off the cobwebs. Wrestle with Andy said, who's the final four of the Rumble? Who wins this? Heidenreich, Herb Dean, Harvey Wimpleman, or Ken Barlow? That's quite the lineup, Wrestle with Andy. I think Wrestle with Andy's had a fair few Iron Brews tonight. He's on the old Iron Brew. I'm going to go with... Well, we don't... tricky, innit? It's tricky. Probably going to go with... It's hard. I can't make a case for any of them winning. I'll tell you who's not winning there, the fans. The fans are definitely not winning. I know that Herb Dean's got a bit of pace about him. If he can just deliver a clothesline whilst running, we've seen him running a lot to try and end fights. So as he's running, if he can just stick his arm out, he might be able to knock a few people over the top rope. So I'm going to go with Herb. I'm going to go with Herb Dean. But I don't feel great about it. Just as Becky doesn't feel great about that KOD. KOD, 1, 2, 3. Bianca Belair. That was so good. That match was so good. That was so good. We got this match. Then we got Undertaker going into the Hall of Fame. Then we got Seth and Cody. I'd imagine that Cody watched this match and he was like, damn, man, I don't want to have to follow that. So good. Do you think Bray wrestled tonight for a tribute to Brody Lee? No. Reports are Cody, Brock, and Edge next week. This was a big match and a great moment, said Dort Knight. Harif said it's best of Raw 2022, no matches tonight. Raw is continuing next week, said Harif. Okay, so there we go. We just saw the moment that Bianca picked up the dub, picked up the win. And next Monday, next week, Bianca Belair defends her Raw Women's Championship against Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss will next week be a little bit twisted. Maybe. Mabes. I walked back into my trailer for morons blew vape out their ears. William, shout out to you. Bianca stole Cena's finisher, said Carlos. Yeah. Okay, we're seeing Logan Paul. Logan Paul. Celebrity guest Logan Paul impresses. Spectacle meets spectacle when Logan Paul appeared at WrestleMania. And here we're seeing not only his WrestleMania match, but that frog splash that he delivered to The Miz. I've been doubted my whole life, and look where I am now. So Roman was on the Impulsive podcast, and then Logan said a few words afterwards that upset Roman. And still to come, we go to Crown Jewel, and we're going to see that match, Logan Paul and Roman. Do you think John Cena's match will turn into a rivalry at the Royal Rumble? I don't think so. I mean, Cena might be at the Rumble. I'm still not certain if he's going to be at Mania or not. I've not seen that totally confirmed yet. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that this is just because we don't have day one. They're just trying to bring in some big names. So I think we've got Cena coming in. I think it'll be a one-off tag match. And I think the big talking point will be what happens with Roman and Sami on Friday. So I'm not expecting it to be a case that it's gonna. I don't think the story is actually about John. I think the story is about Roman and Sami. Could be wrong though. Was I the only one that saw a QR code behind Bianca? I certainly didn't see a QR code behind Bianca. Let's have a look. If there was one there, then it'll be on Twitter. This would be a good night for a QR code, actually. This would be a great night for a QR code. Let's have a look and see. QR Bianca. I don't know if anyone on Twitter has seen one. I never needed you. Oh, watch me, son. Now, watch me, son. Now. Christmas QR codes. QR code is a bad idea. No one's putting anything about seeing a QR code tonight. I didn't see one. We are at commercial break, by the way. Becky versus Bianca was nearly a perfect wrestling match. 4 3/4. I just wish it had been a few minutes longer, says someone on Twitter. What a journey it has been for Bianca. In fact, they've put up 56 minutes of the interview with Bianca. Oh, I've got it here.
Let's just get to WrestleMania. So I just remember feeling like, wow, we're finally back here on the Gretchen story. So I feel like there was so much on the line. There was so many.
I mean, it's a black wall behind her, and she's got a few cushions.
It's like, just let me have my moment.
I don't know where a QR code would have been, to be honest, if there'd have been one. Bray Doctor's phone number was Cool Beans. I want The Rock to declare himself tribal chief and the bloodline turn on Roman, and Sami is the only one on Roman's side. Turn Sami and Roman both babyface, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Amin said, who you got for that match, Bianca or Alexa? Who have you got for that match, Bianca or Alexa? I've got Bianca. I don't think Bianca's losing the title before WrestleMania. I think there's a lot of talk that we're going to get Bianca and Charlotte, which in all fairness, you could do without the belt, or Bianca and Rhea. I don't know that we're going to take that belt off of Bianca yet, so I've got Bianca retaining. And maybe the frustration at not being able to get that victory is going to further result in Alexa snapping. Bianca's winning, said Braden. Do you think Bray will get a title, said Danny? It was a picture. says Chill Dudes. Okay. Danny said, if so, do you think Bray will get a title? Do I think Bray will get a title? Do I think Bray will get a title? I do, eventually. I don't know that he'll get one in 2023. I don't think he needs one right now. I think Bray has clearly got a lot going on in regards to all these characters. Because don't forget, we've got Uncle Howdy. We've still got to be introduced to Uncle Harper. We don't know who Uncle Howdy is. We know that Bo Dallas is coming in. We keep seeing someone in an owl mask. Whenever Uncle Howdy interrupts, we keep seeing like the owl mask. So there's lots of moving parts, and we don't even know how this connects to the Fiend, to the Funhouse. We don't know if we're going to see those characters. I think we will. I don't think you create a character as big and popular as the Fiend and then never go back to it. So I think that we will see the Fiend, and maybe we're starting to see glimpses of the Fiend from what we saw on Friday when he attacked the cameraman. So, you know, we might be getting some answers at the moment, but there's so much to explore. There's so much that we've got to piece together, and we've got Alexa coming in, and potentially Bo, and we don't know what's happening with Dutch and Vincent, and we don't know what's happening with Wyatt Six. I feel like you need to explore this, dig into this, flesh this out. And that is not a quick process. It really is not a quick process. I mean, there was people saying, like, will he have a match at Crown Jewel? And we were like, I just don't think so, because how are we going to get there? How are we going to get him an opponent? How are we going to, like, tell the story? I must admit, I thought he would have a match at Survivor Series, but, I mean, we're well past that now. It could be that his first proper match is going to be at the Rumble. So for him to have his match with LA Knight pitch black back at the Rumble, like, we've got to continue to flesh this stuff out. So really, 2023, I think we can explore all this, flesh it out, find what works, maybe do some more QR code stuff. We've got to keep the mystery side of it and Easter egg side of it going. So I think we do that, and then maybe 2024 we start once things are fleshed out. And we've got our feet under the table. Maybe then we start looking at like the title situation. So I'm not desperate to get him to a title. I don't think he needs it. But I think Bray fans will want him to have a title run at some point, and I can understand that. We're inside Shamey's bar. Inside his fridge, he's just got loads of Guinness. He's got a nice record collection. He's got a gremlin in the corner. We're just having a room tour here of looking around Sheamus's house. He's got a PlayStation 5 on his wall, actually. Oh, that's nice. That he's got a barrel that when you open it, this drinks thing raises up and presents a load of drinks. That was nice, actually. Little look around Sheamus's pad. An Irish lad and two English lads. It shouldn't work, but it does because we share the same goal. If you step in with the Brawling Brooch, you are in for a fight night. Talking about the Donnybrook match. They've got Karrion Kross against Drew Gulak. Everyone is bored and hateful right now at Madison Square Garden, said Nod Freeze. Almost halftime scores. 4 minutes till the halftime scores. When Alexa and Bray eventually reunite, do you think they would be a couple or siblings? I don't think they're in a relationship. I suppose in a way it's more like brother and sister, I feel. I don't feel like they're in a romantic relationship. They're like a union. It's sort of like a coming together of I suppose in a way like siblings, but they're clearly not siblings. They're not brother and sister. But for me, it does feel more like that, yes. I've got a theory retaining the US title next week, said Amin. Febin said when Alexa and Bray eventually... Oh, we answered that. Febin, shout out to you. What's the main event? I don't know. There is no... whatever the last thing we watch. I would imagine probably Survivor Series, Bloodline, War Games might close this best of. We are seeing Extreme Rules when we got Imperium against Brawling Brutes. So Imperium versus Brawling Brutes. I can do it since I'm Irish. Fight Night, said Evan. Dort Night said Dort Night, we've got Dort Night. Dort Night is very much this community's fight night. I do know what shake and bake chicken is. Okay, that's breaking news. Spaghetti is better than lasagna, which is better than meatloaf, says Austin. Yeah, I would go pasta. Shapes, like shells, is better than stringy spaghetti. So I would say pasta beats spaghetti. I know spaghetti is pasta, but it's thin strings, isn't it? I'm talking like shells and shapes, twirls, twizzles, whatever, right? I'm sure they've got like lovely Italian names. I don't know the Italian names. But I would take pasta in like shapes over stringy pasta, which is spaghetti, which I agree is better than lasagna, which I agree. I've never even had meatloaf, so that just doesn't even exist in my world. Never had meatloaf. I never want meatloaf. It sounds awful, and I don't like his music. Days, I miss Riddle, said Amin. Yeah, I hope he's well. Easy Girl said anything is better than meatloaf. Spaghetti is my favourite version of pasta. Well, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You can't do anything with spaghetti. I don't even understand why it exists, because it's just thin and it doesn't hold the sauce. Like the thing with shapes, when you have like the shells and you have the twirls, like the sauce gets caught in the pasta. So when you're eating it, you're getting the pasta, but you're getting the sauce as well. Whereas with spaghetti, it's hard to eat. You have to do the twizzle thing. You're not really getting much of the sauce. I suppose it can get like caught in there as you're twisting it, but like it's more work than I care for when it comes to like enjoying a meal. It's just not what I look for. But I tell you what I am looking for. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. I saw a few people saying that the shell pasta is really nice, really cool. I think there was like some Italian names that were being put out there. Ziolini and things like this. That's nice. 2-725-84177. My favourite part is I should get that recorded, said Bananas and Grapes. 6, said Braden. 10 out of 10, said Burger07. 81 out of 0, said Denis. Let him in, said 6. My halftime score is spaghetti is better than other pastas, says Austin. I feel like with spaghetti, whilst you're eating it, it feels like by the end, there's a little sauce left to support how much spaghetti remains. Eating it, by the end, there's little sauce left to support how much spaghetti remains. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I don't have spaghetti that often because I'm just not crazy about it. So if we were going to have a pasta, we would have like the shells and we would have like a lovely rich sauce, very tomatoey, nice little zing to it, a bit of tang. Lovely. And, you know, we might have meatballs in with that, or we might not. And we might just have it as it is. Or we might have, we have, I don't know what they're called, but they're like the twizzles, you know, the circle, no, not circles. You know, they kind of twist round. We have those shapes sometimes. But we just never have, like, normal spaghetti. It's just so messy. And you have to, do you know what I mean? What's all this about? Honestly, there's better ways to enjoy pasta. But it's very popular spaghetti. And I don't hate it. It's still better than meatloaf. Just saying. Ziti. We all have to agree to disagree. If more people are going to block each other, then this community, go into communities to have fun, not listen to garbage. Have we got big raging pasta wars now? Oh, I want to be in a community where we take a subject like pasta so seriously that people are blocking other people on their pasta beliefs. That's exactly what I want from this community. That's exactly what I want. If that's what's happening, I feel like I've done my job. If we have got war raging in the chat right now in regards to what pasta is better, and people are getting so upset they're blocking others, I've done my job. I've done my job. Yes. Pasta War Games. Yes. That'd be fun. If WWE want to get popular again, really popular, Hulkamania popular, then they could dress up the wrestlers as different types of pasta and do a rumble. And the winner of that is the best pasta. And we all have to agree. And we could actually sort a lot of subjects that way. We could sort a lot of subjects that way. And there we go. Brawling Brutes picking up the win over Imperium. There's a Ham World Order sign in the crowds. Ham World Order. Don't know what that means. Bianca Spaghetti. I never needed it at all. Bum. When someone was being hit in the mouth, I was grabbing my own jaw to make sure that I didn't lose any teeth, said Corey Graves. That's how hard hitting that match was. Talking about the bloodline now. Shelton Benjamin has been in WWE for 20 years. He deserves better. Oh, here's Sammy having a little read. Oh, hi. I didn't hear you come in. I'm Sami Zayn. It's probably been the most remarkable year in my life, but also in WWE history because of the bloodline. He's calling himself a founding member of the bloodline. You can't talk about dominance without immediately thinking about our tribal chief, Roman Reigns. He has had an incredible year. Just showing us some of the clips of Roman. It is time. If you haven't done it already, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to acknowledge him. Solo Sikoa getting a mention. Made his debut, main roster debut at Clash at the Castle. Days, have we got any matches for NXT tomorrow? I genuinely don't know. I don't know what we get tomorrow. I don't know what tomorrow's NXT is. We're doing it. We're here for it. We're not here Wednesday. No AEW stream on Wednesday. I know. Listen, I can hear the hearts breaking, but I've got all my family coming around on Wednesday. We've got a big family thing. Only happens once a year. And it falls on the 28th which just happens to be a Wednesday. In all fairness, I'm quite relieved it's only Wednesday and like not Friday. Imagine if it was Friday, I would have to miss Friday. I would have to miss SmackDown. So we can cry about it, but at least it's not Friday. So yeah, we're here tomorrow for NXT. I'm not here on Wednesday. I'll probably be recovering on Thursday because all my family's coming around, including my cousins, and they're pretty big drinkers. So that could get messy. And then, but we are here back Friday. And then that's pretty much it then, you know. I sort of feel like that's Christmas done for me. As soon as the 28th is out the way, I think that's my Christmas done. Once I've recovered on the Thursday, we're back with Friday. And then really, I think from Friday, that's it. We're pretty much into the groove. So I sort of feel like since the end of the World Cup to Friday coming, it's been a really weird kind of period of time. But it'll be nice to get Christmas out the way, to be honest. And then get back at it. Okay, so we've still got this video package about the bloodline and Sammy. We the ones, said Sammy. AEW can't get a million. Dynamite is missable. Dynamite's no main event on Raw. Big time main event. They keep banging on about it. John Cena and Kevin Owens taking on Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn. Big show on Friday, of course. And next week's Raw. This Friday night on Fox. Roman Reigns and Logan Paul. And Drew McIntyre at Clash at the Castle. I wonder if we'll get to see the American Pie again. That's the best moment of the year. Them awkwardly singing American Pie, finishing it, and then think they started Oasis, didn't they? Am I right in remembering that they then went into Oasis? I'm pretty sure they did Don't Look Back in Anger, maybe, by Drew. It's just so... I think they've cut that as well. If you watch it on the network, I think that the songs have gone. I don't think they're actually part of it. Unlike some, I'm quite happy watching the shows by myself, said James. Do you really want Dynamite over Friday Night SmackDown? Don't Look Back in Anger, it was. They show your boobs. I've told you, look, this is the kind of stuff that stays in DMs, Austin. We don't bring that onto the streams. You know this. Straight Edged Mickey says, we want puppies. Wrong era, mate. Wrong era. I think Straight Edge Mickey might be the burner account for Jerry the King Lawler. We've got Jerry Lawler joining us. We want boobs. Thank goodness, no days for AEW. We do need less of days, in all honesty, says Austin. Austin, did you have a good Christmas? Did you have a good Christmas? What did you get? What did you have for Christmas? Let us all know what you got. We want grannies, says Tony. What, granny's boobs? You want granny's boobs? I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I really think you've come to the wrong stream. I don't remember ever promising this, but this was never a Boxing Day promise that I sent out. It wasn't like, guys, join me on Boxing Day for the Raw watch along. I'm going to have a load of grannies that are going to show you their boobs. If I said that, I can only apologize. I mean, I don't remember saying it, but I never had any plans to deliver that for the Raw stream. SmackDown stream, definitely, but not the Raw stream. It's never my plan to do it for the Raw stream. So I don't know what to tell you. Sonny said, I didn't get anything for Christmas. Sadness. Sonny, I've been there, mate. I've been there. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I did get a board game, but I bought that myself. So I kept that to one side, and then I got pants and socks. That was it. So there, not quite the same boat, but very close. I can see your boat from where I am. And I've spent Christmases on my own when I lived in Southampton. When I lived in Southampton, I spent a couple of Christmases on my own. They're hard, man. They are hard. They are hard because everyone else is with their families. Everyone's having amazing Christmases, all this kind of stuff, and you're just there on your own. It is difficult. It is difficult. I've been there. I got your OnlyFans for Christmas. Thank you so much, says Austin. Mate, you're welcome. You are absolutely welcome. In all fairness, I only set it up for you. I've only got one subscriber. And that's you, and I gifted you that, so... Speaking of pasta, here we go. Yes, Planet Dan. Don't let the pasta conversation die. This has caused mass wars. Here we go. Speaking of pasta, I got a pasta maker for Christmas, so now I can make my own. I'm looking forward to using it. I also got a 2-in-1 tabletop game with air hockey and sling puck. Did you get your board game? I did. I did get my board game. I bought it myself, so I knew I was getting it. It was only like £18, so it's not that expensive. It's great. I haven't played it, actually. I haven't had time to play it. I actually watched a fair few films, I watched some films. So I've watched some stuff. So I was doing that, and I didn't get a chance to actually play the game, so I haven't played it yet. But I've looked at it, and it looks amazing. The board looks great. It all looks great. The box looks great. I would show you. It's upstairs, though. But, I'm quite excited for that. So when I'll get a chance to play it, I don't know. But I watched... What did I watch? I watched Stan and Ollie, which was a film about Laurel and Hardy. I don't know much about Laurel and Hardy, but I like comedy. I love comedy. And so even Laurel and Hardy going that far back, I can appreciate slapstick, and I can appreciate, the history of comedy. So anything connected with, comedy, comedians... It's always going to have my interest. So I watched that. I thought it was brilliant. I watched the latest James Bond film from last year. Finally got around to watching it. Really enjoyed it. Loved the ending. And I'm quite excited to see where it goes next. So that was well worth a watch. Last night I watched Now We See You or something. It's on Disney+. It's like a murder mystery. And it's got some good stars in the cast. It's on Disney+. It's a big film, and I watched that because it's a big film from this year that went on Disney+, and it's a who did it mystery type thing, but it's comedy as well. And I watched that. I really enjoyed that, actually. I thought that was really good. So I've seen that. So there's 3 films that I've watched. All of this since the WrestleMania 18 stream. So I watched that as well. I watched Licorice Pizza. I watched Licorice Pizza as well, which is meant to be the best film of 2022. I thought it was very good. So I've seen that. So actually, think about it. I've watched 4 films. I've watched 4 films since the WrestleMania 18 stream. And that takes my total of films I've watched in 2022 to 4. So that's how big of an achievement that was for me. I watched 4 films in the last 24, 48 hours, and those are the only 4 films I've seen this year. Right, we've got a sit-down interview with Drew McIntyre. We were just watching highlights of Drew's year and Clash at the Castle. Drew said he'll be back very soon. He said he's ahead of schedule for a return. Okay, so he's got an injury, but he said he's well ahead of schedule. So he's looking forward to 2023, and they're just talking about Clash at the Castle. That event is something I have dreamt about, says Drew. Why have we never gone back to the UK? He said he was asking that question since the day he walked in when he was 22. And he said that when they went to Australia in 2018, he brought it up again. He said, thankfully, it did finally materialize, and he was very grateful to be on that show. So we're just seeing some of the scenes from Clash at the Castle. I want to go to the movies, but I don't have any way of going there. I got a Lynx Gold box set for Christmas, said Undercover Manager, and some socks. Nice. I hate getting socks. Socks. I mean, honestly, I didn't expect anything. I don't need anything. So I got asked what you want. I was like, I don't want anything. To be honest, I don't need anything. But I got these pants and these socks. And I was more depressed after I'd opened them than before I got them. Because I think if someone gives you presents, you go, okay, this is really kind. This is really cool. And then you open it, you go, oh, it's pants and socks. Pants and socks. I cannot even fake enthusiasm about pants and socks. I can't even pretend to get excited. So I was like, brilliant. Thanks. Oh, hello. Drew said he's got his eyes on Gunther. I saw the battles he's had with Sheamus. Drew has got his eyes on Gunther. Roofy Red Brand is in, apparently. Roofy Red Brand wants to see it. AirPods, nice. MJF figure, nice. Wardlow figure, nice. Orange Cassidy figure. I tell you what, you did well, bud. You did well. Danny said that was literally me days yesterday. It's so hard, isn't it? Why do they do it? Why do they even wrap them up? If you're going to give me pants or socks, just give them to me. Don't make me think I'm getting something. You are making me think that I am getting something that I didn't even know I wanted. Maybe an item I didn't even know existed. Something that you have found that I have not even spotted that is going to change my life. It's going to take my life to a whole different level. This is what I'm thinking as I've got these packages in front of me. I'm like, oh, this is going to change everything. And then you open it, and it's some black socks, black pants, boxers, actually. And, I mean, I don't even need any. I don't even need any. It's not even like I need them. So I like hearing what you guys got. That way I can live through what you did at Christmas. In American aviation law, the traditional removal of a new pilot's shirt tail is a sign of the instructor's new confidence in their student after successful completion of their first solo flight. Coach Co, I hope you had a great Christmas. I'd imagine you got a fact book for Christmas. Hopefully with some actually interesting facts in. Although your tittle one, when you told us that the dot above a J and a dot above an I is known as a tittle, that is one of the greatest moments in the history of these watch-alongs. So I do give you that. Someone said they got like an Xbox or something. Where was that? I did just see about an Xbox. I got a laptop. Oh, it's Evan. I got a laptop, pillow, mug, Xbox gift card, family crest chain. What the hell's that? That's your family crest on a chain. Lots of aftershave sets. Jim said there is no originality when it comes to getting clothes as presents. Well, the only thing is, if someone's found like a jumper or a t-shirt or some trainers or something that I have never seen, because I don't look for clothes. So, I mean, I never go out, do I? I'm always here. So what do I need new clothes? So I've got black t-shirts, black socks, black... I am the most boring person with my clothes in the world. And there is no one as boring as me. There is no one as like does not embrace fashion less than I do. There is nothing fashionable about me whatsoever. Black t-shirts, black beanies, black boxers, black socks, tracksuit, grey tracksuit bottoms. I mean, I couldn't be more bland if I tried. Even bland is shocked when it sees me at how bland I am. Even bland can't believe how bland I am. So if you do get some like clothes, I suppose the hope would be that this person has found an item that's going to maybe bring some color into your life, or, you know, they've found an item that you haven't seen that they just know you would love. The fact that I got given more black socks, more black, and I didn't even need them. I was like, I just found myself being more depressed. You shouldn't look at any gift in the, you know, you shouldn't be down on any gift that you get, there's people out there, as we say, that don't get anything that I'm sure would have loved, even just the sheer excitement at opening a present. But I did undoubtedly feel worse after I'd opened it than I was before. It's me with body sprays. It's the same with body sprays and Lynx and Ted Baker, said Planet Dan. Yeah, I mean, if I was to get, I don't know, it depends if I'd want that or not. Like, I've got all that stuff again, so I don't need it. I think some of it comes down to if I need it or not, but yeah, I've never been someone that's got excited about toiletries. I know a lot of my cousins and friends get like really nice expensive aftershaves and deodorants and things like that, and they get quite excited when they get that for Christmas. That has never been me. That has never been me. Honestly, if someone had just bought a cheap remote control car for like £10 or something, I'm sure you can get like a cheap little thing for like a tenner. I'd be over the moon with that. I love stupid like things I can play with on Christmas Day. It's just fun. Do you know what I mean? I think it's the inner child. It's the inner child that I've never been able to lose. You know, I have wrestling figures, for example, right? And I still want to get like more. I want to get the Andre one and things like that. So I have not lost that inner child in me. So I want, you know, I'm sure you can get cheap little helicopter things, can't you? They're only cheap, like £8, £10, and they're just little remote thing, and they're only about that big. Just little remote controlled helicopter things. I'd have been over the moon with that. I'm sure that would cost the same as pants and socks. In fact, I might even look, how much can I get a little helicopter for? A little indoor remote controlled helicopter. Indoor remote control helicopter. How much do you retail for? Indoor remote control helicopter. I don't want an outdoor one. They're going to be expensive. £9? £9? £9? Look at this. In demand. £9 was 16. Now it's 9. £9. I mean, is it small? Yes. Fits in the palm of your hand, but it's a ready to fly 2-channel helicopter, perfectly suited for beginners. It's even got gyro stabilizing. 2 channels, top speed is 2 miles an hour. It can fly for 7 minutes. I mean, all right, you're not getting like incredible, you know, stats. It's not like it's going to be flying for hours and hours and hours. But for £9, little indoor little helicopter. But no, £9, that's a bargain. Buy the helicopter. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. They have little ones for special forces in the USA now, said William. Dark Angel said, my mum bought me a box of stuff she had found. Turns out it was a Nintendo system and game that I had as the kids. Zapgun and everything, it still works. That's actually really good if you've not seen that for a long time. If that's like really old stuff that you've forgotten about, it's in the attic, you didn't even know you still had it or whatever, and you open it up and like, oh my God, that is a hell of a nostalgia trip. That's not bad, you know. Again, I love stuff that you can play with on Christmas Day. So, honestly, like, I used to have a Nintendo 64. So, if someone had found that 64 and the games and it all could get plugged in and worked, I'd have been over the moon with that, you know. I'd have been over the moon with that. Did Hurt Business reunion storyline progress? No, I don't think there is a Hurt Business reunion story. We are looking at the moment at returns that we've had. So the OC and Emma and Candice and Hit Row. So we've just got a section now as we're getting into Valhalla. They don't call her Sarah Logan anymore. It's Valhalla. Johnny Gargano. Dexter Loomis. So it is literally just a comp of returns. Compilation of returns. And here for the first time, Bray Wyatt at Extreme Rules. It's got to be a Bray segment. As we go to this final hour, there was the door bursting open and Bray Wyatt returning. I'm here. The absolute best of 2022. Do we go to a Bray segment now then? That just gives me chills and not the good kind. What's the good kind? Filthy. Oh, Cody. I thought Bray was here. Cody is here. Take a minute and reflect back. Okay, this could be interesting. We got Cody. Mama, no. I hope they show us the debut of Scripps. Yes. Wrestle with Andy. Yes. Give the people what they want. Said he was overwhelmed. It is true. I mean, like, stepping out, he's not going to know quite how the crowd are going to react. He is part of the guy that set up the competition to WWE. He's part of the reason that AEW is around. Maybe not the biggest reason, but he's part of the reason. Yeah, that was an incredible moment. That crowd went insane. I'm glad that wrestling fans enjoyed that moment. But I had one of those, although they did very easily. I am the same. I love games people can play on Christmas Day. I like getting things I can actually use, like technology. I agree. As a kid, you know, I mean, like if I had, I don't know, a train set or Scale Electric or, I don't know, I'm just trying to think what I had over the years. Obviously computer systems as well. I might have had a Magic set one year, you know, when I was young. I can't remember getting one, but that's the sort of thing I could imagine, you know, having a fad with. But that's always the stuff you want, is the stuff that you can play with. I remember getting a mini disc player one year and some blank mini discs. And then that meant that I could spend the day recording these mini discs. and putting stuff onto the mini discs. And mini discs were amazing when they first came out. A lot of people might not remember them now, but I did have a mini disc player. And that was kind of like meant to be the next CD. Just these little CDs, really, that you couldn't scratch because they were covered and they were square. And like the thing with the CD player is it was quite big, obviously. This was smaller. CD player, you could skip tracks and program tracks, but there was a lot more that you could do with a mini disc player. And not only that, when you was to run, it wouldn't skip. With a CD player, a lot of them did skip. Even the ones with anti-skip still skipped. The anti-skips kind of technology didn't work with the CD player. I mean, obviously, then we got smartphones and we got MP3 players and whatever very soon after, actually. But in fact, there might even been a bit of crossover. But yeah, I remember getting a mini disc. That was amazing. Because not only did I love listening to music, but I could put stuff onto it, and it was great. Mini discs, they were short-lived, but they were fun, said D-Rex. I got an Uncle Howdy mask and a PS5, said Ellis Dub. Wow, Ellis Dub. Yeah, I think you killed it, mate. You've got to be over the moon with that. A PS5 and an Uncle Howdy mask is pretty damn sweet. That's pretty sweet. I got pants and socks. I was more depressed after. I got a racing wheel for my Xbox, and now I'm going to learn how to drive. Come on! Do they do those Xbox games, do they? Not like Forza or anything, but learn how to drive. So you can sit in the car, you can have like a guy on screen that gives you instructions, and you just signal, mirror, maneuver, all that stuff. And like learn how to do parallel parking and stuff. They should come out with a game like that. Would sell, you know. If you did a game like that, learn how to drive, where you could like get your wheel and like proper learn how to like reverse and get into a space and all of this. That would do. There'd be kids that are learning how to drive that would buy that. But my family got me tickets to WWE in Dublin. My summer is going to be good, says Evan. That's a great present. That's a great present. Cody says, I can say this with confidence, not arrogance. I've paid the price. What I was able to do with the time I had this year, I think really did register with WWE fans. There's one thing that I came back for. One thing. It has to be done. It needs to be done, and I want to get it done. He said, I know I'm being vague, but WWE fans, I'm sure they can read between the lines. He wants a match with Shanky. That's what he wants. He wants a match with Shanky. That's why he came back. It has to be done. It needs to be done. And it will be done in 2023. Cody Rhodes versus Shanky. Coming up at WrestleMania. And he said not even a torn pectoral muscle is going to stop that dream from being realized. Very powerful stuff from Cody Rhodes. Not sure why, but Cody is a bit of a boring wrestler to me, says Jojo. Sonny said YouTube is being strange. Are you ever going to do AEW reviews on the Clips channel? No. The AEW ones are really difficult because I don't watch Rampage. I don't watch Dark. I don't watch Elevation. I feel like there's a good chunk of stuff that I miss. So I could talk about AEW and be like, I don't know why we got this match. I don't know why this person's with this person. Like, this felt rushed and everything. And I already know in the comments people would be like, well, if you watch Rampage, you would have seen that this happened and this happened. If you watch Dark, you'd be aware of this. If you read Tony Khan's Twitter feed like last Friday, you would have seen blah, 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 blah. Because I'm just not... I watch Dynamite. I watch their big show to see what the big stories are, keep an eye on what they're doing, basically. And I enjoy a lot of what they do, but I don't like, I wouldn't class myself as like a hardcore AEW fan by any means. But I do appreciate Jamie Hayter. I really like Jamie Hayter. I really like Bryan Danielson. I really like Serena Deeb. I really like Britt Baker. I mean, there's a list of people that I've got time for. I mean, MJF, great promos, of course, and I want to see how he does as champion. And so I enjoy watching on a Wednesday, but because I don't watch the other stuff, it just means that trying to do a review, I think, would be very, very challenging. And I could totally understand people going, well, if you watch this, then you would know that this was this. And I don't need that toxicity in my life. This show is starting to drag, said Braden. Well, you'll be pleased to know, Braden, there's only 50 minutes left, and we are seeing Cody and Seth from hell in a cell. So we have heard from Cody. Sadly, didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. I was hoping that he would give us something. But basically just saying, like, reading between the lines, WWE fans, I'm sure we'll be able to know what I'm referring to here, that I've come back for one reason type thing. Match of the year, this was, said Austin. Planet Dan said, my granddad had a video camera with mini discs. Okay. That he recorded family events on. I'm glad he did, because I can rewatch the memories and hear his voice and see him now that he's passed, and I watch them each year. That's nice. That's nice. Alex Bliss Gamer, hello. I hope you had a good Christmas. Alex Bliss Gamer 0809 said, I did get the 3 Alexa Bliss Funko Pops. Nice. That's nice. Don't forget as well, if you did get some stuff for Christmas and you've got pictures or a little video, feel free to send it over to the Wrestling Escape Pods. Send it to wrestlingdays@gmail.com. Because on this week's Wrestling Escape Pod, which is recorded tomorrow and is shown on Wednesday, so actually, there is something that's coming out from me on Wednesday, and it will be the pre-recorded Wrestling Escape Pods. I will not be able to get into that chat, though, so I do like to be in the chats, but sadly, I won't be in the chat for that one. But yeah, Wrestling Escape Pods, that is going up on Wednesday, and that will have your photos, your video clips. It will have your stuff in that episode. My grandpa is out like a light, sleeping right now. He's watching Raw with me, said Braden. My son got a Kenny Omega wrestling buddy for that wrestling plush video that you told him to do, says Eric. Nice. That'll be good. Ice cream bars with Roman are on sale, said J-Boy. Are they? Roman ice cream bars. Let's have a little look for those. Roman Reigns ice cream bars. 9th of January 2020. They came back. I don't know if they're still back. I've got an image here. This is from 2020, though. I do remember these. The square ones. So here you can see the image. 2 big differences. Ice cream sandwiches and the old ones. One is flavor and the other is texture. The old bars had a chocolate back. The sandwiches feature vanilla wafer cookies with a vanilla frozen dairy dessert rather than actual ice cream. Oh, so the middle of these are a frozen dairy dessert? What the hell does that mean? That sounds like a bad thing, but it's not. The flavor profile is a lot more one note. I like that. I love the fact we're getting like a real breakdown. Yeah, the flavor profile of these is very much one note rather than multi-note. This is very vanilla. The vanilla comes through very strong from these new bars as opposed to the previous ones. There's the box, and you can see the bars. I don't know if it's these that you're referring to. These were out in 2020. So a couple of years ago. Maybe there are some new ones now, but I couldn't see any news on new ones. But we never get these in the UK, you know. We never get them. So all this hype and buzz around ice cream bars, it doesn't affect us here in the UK. We don't get to enjoy them, unfortunately. Ice cream sandwiches. Tonight's Raw is like a leftover frozen dessert, said John. Chip witches are excellent, said David. What the hell is a chip witch? Remove Mandy off NXT watch along since she is gone. Yeah, I mean, I will try and get round to doing that, but I've got to admit it's not high on my agenda. She'll come off eventually, but I'll have to look for a replacement graphic first, and that ain't happening this week. So it's on the to-do list. Do you remember when the UK got WWF crisps? No, you've mentioned these before. I don't remember them. I'm sure we've looked at them. I don't remember them. I don't think, though, that I am as into snacks as what you are, though, Wrestle with Andy. I feel like you and your snack game is very strong. Your snack game is very impressive. Whereas my snack game is a little limited. I've never been a crisp person. I haven't. I'm sorry. I've never been a crisp person. I mean, am I aware of Space Invaders? Of course I am. Of course I am. Could you... There was those crisps, and they might have been Space Invaders, I'm not sure. But there was some crisps that you could buy that had a chassis, like a H kind of shape, and then circles, and you could actually put the circles onto the chassis to make a little car out of crisps. I don't know what that was called. That might have been Space Invaders, I'm not sure. But I remember those. Got nothing to do with wrestling, but I do remember those. What about Pringles? I've had Pringles, but I don't ever have them. I've got an idea. Put Wesley in Mandy's spot for next week's watch along. I mean, it's not happening. It's not happening because that is a graphic that was made by WWE, which I've tweaked and altered. So in order to take Mandy out, that's not an easy process. I'd have to find an image of Wes, put him over the top of Mandy, and then kind of Photoshop Mandy out. So it's not as easy as just take her out, put someone else in. What would you eat first from a box of roses? The strawberry cream. Strawberry cream's goated. Everyone knows that. Anyone that says the strawberry cream is not the best in a box of chocolates is lying. I'd always take an orange cream as well. But yeah, the actual strawberry one. Goated, mate. Goated. It's crisps in the UK, not chips. Chips are what you get and put in the oven on the iron. I always do my chips on the iron. No, yeah, that's true. We've had that conversation before as well. Right, 1, 2, 3. There's the win for Seth freaking Rollins inside Hell in a Cell. The American Nightmare. With his torn pec. It's brutal, innit? You won't get any views by any marks if Mandy isn't on the thumbnail, said Watson. That's a good point, actually. Maybe what I need to do is put more Mandy on the thumbnail. Maybe I need Mandy on every thumbnail. Right, Roman and Logan still to come. And Liv. Liv Morgan is going to be here when we return, so we're going to hear from Liv. So there we go, Liv fans. Surprise! No, it's a best of show. Americans are always getting names wrong. I want to see a triple cage debut in WWE, said Mike. I would love to see Days do a monthly review of a Yum Yum box. What the hell's a Yum Yum box? The flip's that? What's a Yum Yum box? Yum Yum box. Yum box. What's a Yum Yum box? Oh. What's this? Is this like food from around the world? Never seen these. This is what I found. So that's all like... Wow. Oh, this is a YouTuber's dream, innit? UniversalYums.com. So what do you get there? Coconut chips. Pretz. Handing cake. Pandin cake. Something from Thailand. Looks interesting. I like licorice. Caramel and salty. Yeah, that looks interesting. I mean, I ain't doing it, but it looks interesting. YouTuber's dream, that is. Dominant might be the worst match, not the best, said John. But that's basic. I've got a box of chocolate bars from all around the world, said Dortnite. Nice. William said, I want to see Days do an unboxing of Pandora's box. Imagine the festivities that issued afterwards. Pandora's box. Isn't that like a lady lingerie place or something? Kinky. We need to see more Dominic content. Max said, all the Liv simps, please stand up. Well, she's going to be on the show next as we approach the final 40 minutes, in all fairness, where we just got over half an hour left. We know that we're going to be getting Liv and probably her winning Money in the Bank and then cashing in. We're going to be getting Roman and Logan. That might be how we end, actually. We might end with the Roman Logan thing. We haven't got long to go. That's Victoria's Secrets. I thought Pandora, isn't it? What's Pandora? Is that, oh, that might be a jewelry place, actually, and I'm thinking about it. Pandora's box. I'm Googling Pandora's box now, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. What the hell's that? It's just got like mythology and stuff like this. And then there's a film called Pandora's Box. It's a rich atmospheric work. It says that it would be at home in the Berlin high society or in London's impoverished East End. Took 44,000 at the box office. So not the most popular of things in the world, but what did the rest of the household get? Well, my brother had already got his, really, and that was the Home Alone trainers that I told you about. I think we looked at them on a previous watch-along. So he got that. I bought him some cards because he's got... I mean, my brother's not that much younger than me, so he's not 11 or anything like this, right? But he's been shown a card trick, and he loves showing people this card trick. So I bought him some cards, and he seems to be into, like doing like things with the cards. I don't know, whatever. So he got that, but he already had his shoes. And to be honest, my dad's been working, so I haven't seen my dad yet. He works in hotels, so he comes back on the 28th. So I'll see my dad on the 28th. So I haven't seen my dad. My brother got those trainers and some cards. What did my mum get? Chocolate, stuff like that. I mean, I gave her some money. She loves going shopping, so that's all she wants. She just wants money to go shopping with. She loves going around the shops, looking at clothes, trying on clothes. She loves that. It's her favorite thing in the world. Clothes shopping, she absolutely loves it. So you give her some money, she couldn't be happier. It's just an excuse to go out shopping and see what's in the shops. She loves doing that. So she's had money. She can go and do that. My brother had what he had. It's boring, honestly. And Christmas around here is boring. I'd love to tell you that it was super exciting and there was like loads of crazy gifts and there was all these crazy stories and all this kind of... It was boring. I pretty much watched 4 films and that was my Christmas. So, but 28th should be good. That should be good. I'm sure there'll be some stories that come out of that. Mama Days loves The Undertaker, says Ethan. Where are maximum male models, said Hawkins Jr. We are getting robbed tonight. Jaden, Merry Christmas to you, buds. Evan, shout out to you. I hope you had a great Christmas. And that's nice about your grandfather. Raish Mine said 2 hours later. Seen this before, actually. What we've got here is we've got a little... I tell you what they've done. They've taken some footage from her documentary from the network. They've also taken some footage from the video package that was played just before SummerSlam. I know that this is the video package from SummerSlam. I just by chance happened to see it the other day. So what they've done is they've just took some footage from that and footage from the documentary, put it together, and that's been that segment that's just been shown. But we might be going over to Liv herself right now. Here she is. Liv Morgan with some like spooky skeleton picture behind her. Money in the Bank was the most incredible night of my life, says Liv. I just remember trying to look into the crowd as much as I could. It was such a crazy moment. Corey Graves said he ran into Liv in a casino the night she won that championship. I think it was in Vegas, wasn't it? She said she went back to her room and watched the match back. I bet they do that, you know. You never think about this, but I bet wrestlers, when they've been at a premium live event, I bet they do go back to their room and then go on the network to see how it came across and see what was being said and what moments got captured. I bet a lot of them do that after premium live events. No, I mean, even at the show. Watch their match back. The world is my oyster, says Liv. The best is yet to come. There was a few speed bumps and hurdles, and I'm talking about the baddest woman on the planet, Ronda Rousey. I wonder what Daddy Days looks like, says William. We'll never know. Although, you might be able to find out because when WWE went to the Royal Albert Hall and did the NXT UK shows a couple of years ago, I went to that with my dad. And we're a few rows back. I think it's night 2. So, I can't remember if we ever get shown. I think we do. Lousy Rousey doesn't know how to get over, said Carlos. Jericho has the best hotel room story after he won the Undisputed title, said Lister Jericho. I don't know what that is. Brock versus Gunther. Yeah, that'd be good. Silly Roma 2. That would be really good. Austin said, I know what Father Days looks like. Days invited me to his house for Christmas. Well, I think that's a very interesting use of the word invited. What is an underrated wrestler to you look like? Mine is Sheamus. We talk about underrated quite a bit, actually, and I always give the same answer. I think it's so hard to know how to answer that because what is an underrated wrestler? Well, I mean, like, what is an underrated wrestler? Is an underrated wrestler, I mean, like, Sheamus, I don't know how he's rated. I don't know. I mean, like, Sheamus is great. And I feel like a lot of people really appreciate Sheamus and really appreciate him this year as well, in particular, because of, like, you know, banger after banger and his match with Gunther. So I don't know. I don't know how he's rated. I don't know what people think. I suppose you would need to know of someone people don't really care for and that you can see something in. But it's always hard to quantify underrated because you need to know how they're rated. So I always find that a very difficult one to answer. I suppose in a way, the way that I try to answer it is there a wrestler that people don't appreciate or don't think is very good that you see something in? And I think that is a little bit harder to answer. I'll tell you the first name that comes to my mind, though, and that's Dana Brooke. I actually think Dana Brooke is someone that is able to... I thought that what she was doing with the 24/7 title was pretty good. I thought that she was, you know, pretty good at acting out those parts. I didn't ever feel bored whilst I was watching that. You know, there was a little love story going on with her and Reggie that, you know, had a few moments to it. I mean, the creative behind it was rubbish. Where it went to with the wedding and everything was rubbish, but they gave Dana an opportunity to do something, get her onto the show, and I thought she delivered. I thought she did as good as she could have done. Her matches are so-so, but they're not terrible. They're not like botch fests. And as I've said before, I really like women that lay it in. I like women that, like, you know, really go for it. And I do get that from Dana Brooke, you know. So I don't mind Dana. I'm not saying she's the best wrestler. I'm not saying that she's, you know, worthy of being a women's champion or anything like that. But if I'm thinking about wrestlers that I just never hear get mentioned, you never hear justice for Dana Brooke, for example. No one ever talks about Dana Brooke getting opportunity, but she never gets opportunity. She never gets opportunity. And when she did get some, she did well. She did well. There was nothing to dislike about her. With the 24/7, unless you just hated the 24/7, which I can totally understand. But that wasn't Dana's fault. That's not her fault. So her name always comes to mind because I would like to see her get an opportunity, get a story. Do you remember when she was she would collect the data for Titus Worldwide? I always thought she did a good job with that as well. But they just never give her anything to do. I think it's because, sadly, when the bell rings, the matches are just quite meh. I don't think... I don't know that she's capable. That's a better way of saying it. I don't know that she's capable of giving a 4-star match. I think her matches are normally just... meh. And I think WWE know that, and so it makes it a bit hard to invest in her. But if that's the case, then, I don't know, should she still be around? I don't want her to get cut. But equally, it must be so frustrating to just not be used. Must be nice to get paid, though, and not have to do anything for it. So that must be nice. But I would imagine quite unfulfilling. I would imagine be hard to be satisfied, you know. She could do anything with her life, and instead she's getting paid to just sit around in catering. I feel so sorry for her. But lady only found out. She checked phone. People calling about it. I have the same lawyer as Dana Brooke here in Florida. Do you? That's fun. Right, coming up next. So we've just heard from Liv. She didn't really say anything, to be honest. just said that it was biggest night of her life. And that was it, really. You haven't seen anything yet. 2023 is going to be a big year for her. And we are at commercial break. Who do you think will take the title from Roman? I think Cody's going to win the title next year. So I feel like Cody. Whether he wins both, I really don't know. But yeah, I feel like Cody. Do you see Bray facing Roman down the line? Yeah, I think they'll do that match. I don't know that titles will be involved, though. Because by that point, he might have already lost the belts. So it might just be a feud. But there's plenty of reasons for him to go after Roman. They've got quite an interesting history. Bray had his first match, said Chris. Dolph Ziggler needs more matches, says Punched. For Beach, Kevin said, where is Bibbs? No sign of Bibbs, is there? They haven't shown us Bibbs at all tonight, actually. Yeah, no Bibbs. Bibbs is getting the Dana Brooke treatment tonight. Sat in catering. Rey Mysterio, he will get revenge on the Judgment Day, said Zadrian Disney Monkeo. Mike said, I couldn't be less bothered about Bray, even if I tried, said Mike. Yeah, there's people out there that aren't into it. People that aren't feeling it. People that... I've seen plenty of people say that... Well, I've seen plenty of people that don't like Bray full stop. So you had that from the start. But I've seen people saying they're just not feeling the Uncle Howdy story at the moment. So they really could do with something that's going to try and get some of these people back on sides. And I don't know if the segment we had the other day, Bray attacking the cameraman, I don't know that that's going to do it. Uncle Howdy coming out and just like laughing in the entranceway whilst Bray was in the ring, I don't know if that's going to do it. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, it's constantly being compared to The Fiend and the Funhouse and the puppets and all of that stuff. And it's hard. It's hard because that stuff was, it was bang on. It was loved. We're learning our viewers to learn the basics of sign language. Edge versus Demon Balor. Hell in a Cell, said Silly Roma. Could do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be getting... When we're getting Hell in a Cell, I don't even know that it's going to be its own pay-per-view next year. So they could do it at any point. They could do it at WrestleMania. So we could end up getting... Edge and Demon Finn in Hell in a Cell at Summit Like Mania. I don't know that we're getting that, but you'd have to think that when Edge comes back, he's going after Judgment Day, and you've got to think that Finn is going to be in his sights. So, how are you watching this best of show? It's on BT Sport, and we are just seeing Austin Theory right now. So we're seeing Austin Theory winning that championship back at Survivor Series. Since day one, everyone has had a problem with me, said Austin Theory. And why is that? It's because I am the face of Monday Night Raw. Me Theory, said Austin. Fiend has buried the demon for good, said Punched. Imagine Theory and Quinn. Not that many YouTube watch-along channels are doing this best of show, said Sophie. I can understand that. It's one that, they're probably enjoying a bit more of their kind of Christmas, and this isn't a show that I think people are going to be crazy about watching, but I mean, literally, I don't have a life. It's this or just I'm sat here crying, so I might as well just do this. Okay, here's Bibbs. 2022 was really the year of the Almighty. So it talks about how he was WWE champion, won the United States Championship, beat Amos. Bobby Lashley brought prominence back to the United States Championship. Okay, so we're just seeing Bobby's year. Instead of a best of, the USA Network should have a movie or something to replace Raw. Just thought this week, said Sophie. I watched that show back in 2014. It was pretty good. I haven't watched it in a while. Did you watch any movies? Did I? I've watched 4 in the past 48 hours. I can't remember what the one's called. It's a murder mystery based in London. Comedy thing. It's on Disney Plus. It's a new film. It's like Now We Run or something like this. Something like that. Can't remember. Set in the 50s, but it's fun. It's funny. It's got that. Is it Saoirse? Can't remember her name. She's Irish. She was in Hannah, and she was in Lady Bird, and she's fantastic actress. I really love her work. She was in it, so and she was great in it as well. I like her. So yeah, I watched that. It was fun. It was on Disney Plus. It was good. Watched the latest Bond film. I watched. What else did I watch? I watched the latest Bond film. The Laurel and Hardy thing, and one more, which I'm forgetting. That's how good it was. Oh, Licorice Pizza. I watched Licorice Pizza. Do you think Bibby will ever get another title shot against Roman? Don't know. Not against Roman. Bobby should be the one to take either of the championships off Roman. What do you think? I don't think so. Only because, like, I mean, Bobby's big and he's legit, but there's the X factor I think seems to be missing from Bobby. I don't know what it is. Like, I think it's because you don't get 5-star matches out of him. On the microphone, he's all right. He looks cool in the shades and the suit. When he comes out in a suit and shades, he looks great. But I think promo-wise, is all right. They did put MVP with him to try and help that. But I think the other problem is that you just don't get 5-star Bobby Lashley matches. You don't get, like, great Bobby Lashley matches that get you excited to see another Bobby Lashley match. And I think that's part of the problem. With Roman's matches are great, and you always get excited for the next Roman match because it's Roman, and they're normally big spectacles, and there's normally lots of drama, and they normally deliver. I don't feel that way about Bobby. When Bobby's on the card, it's like, I don't go into it, like, worried, but I don't go into it excited either. I'm not like, right, it's the Bobby match next. And I really don't ever feel that about Bobby. He's big, he's legit. There's lots to like about him. But could I sit here and say I think he should get one of the belts off Roman? I just don't know that I could say that. I don't know that I could say it. Not when you've got other options like Kevin Owens, who puts on great matches, great promos. I do get excited for his matches. Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins. Like, these are all people that, for me, I would rather see the belts go on. So I don't know quite how we fix that. I don't know, because I feel like Bobby is there or thereabouts. Like, he's got the look. Promo's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. But I feel like I need to be more excited for his matches. I just don't get excited for Bobby Lashley matches. That's the problem. I love the movie where the hero dies, said William. Okay. He's not called Boring Lashley for no reason, said Mike. When is Stardust coming back, said J-Boy. I'm not expecting it anytime soon. Boomers said it's time for the main event. We are in the final 20 minutes. Money in the Bank will change. Is that the chance Sami Zayn's going to win that? Don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Sammy, actually, because I think what people are expecting is that Sammy will leave the bloodline before Mania and go after the tag titles. So I think that's what a lot of people are expecting. That's what I'm expecting. But what do you do after that? What do you do after that? What do you do once he's gone after the tag titles? Maybe he wins them and then we get like a tag title run. So maybe that'll take us to SummerSlam at least. I mean, that could be Sammy's year. Could be him and Kevin. They could basically be this year's RK Bro. You know, big tag team that have just been put together that are going to get super over, get loads of TV time, start the show, start open SmackDowns and Raws or wherever they go. And actually, the good thing as well is that if there is only one tag team champion, you can go on Raw and SmackDown. So you can bounce between the two brands, which would be really good for Sammy and Kevin because they're big stars and they're really over. And both brands would benefit by having them. So that is an advantage of just having one tag champs. I actually think, you know, if you had one tag champs and maybe even one mid-card champion that just bounced between the two shows, that might be all right. The one main champion is a little problem because they're just not around that much. They're not around that much, and it is a little bit of a problem. So that's an issue. 2 women's champs is all right. I don't know. I wonder if you could go back to just one champion, one women's champ, one main champ, one mid-card champ, one tag champ. Maybe if you do that, you could then introduce trios titles. Maybe you could introduce some other title if you are like cutting down on the belts. One women's champ, but one women's mid-card champ. Maybe you could do that. One women's champ, one women's mid-cards. One main champ, one men's mid-cards. One tag. Would you go trios? Is that too many bouts? But saying that, it can't be too many bouts because I've cut loads. So I don't actually think that we'd have more. We would just have different champions. We'd just have belts that mean different things rather than a set for Raw and a set for SmackDown. Could be kind of interesting. Might not work. I'm not sitting here saying that would work. I'm just saying food for thought. As we approach 2023. Wardlow and Cage as a tag team in 2024, said Carlos. We are back from commercial break. Yep. Has anything shocking happened, said Super Mario Plush. Yes. I found a helicopter. I don't have it anymore, but I found a helicopter, remote control, £9. I did. And if anyone tells you I didn't, that's lying. I absolutely did. Trent, shout out to you, buds. I'm losing my voice here. Roman versus Logan. That's what we've got right now. Trent Withrow.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Right, Trent says... What's Trent's? I don't even think it's hit through yet on my chat. Charlotte has something wrong with her health. Not going to be back by now, said Tony. Trent, here we go. Freddie's got a question as well. Let me deal with Freddie's. Freddie said, I got a question. I'm heading to Raw next week. Do you think Bray might be in a dark match? Because he wrestled tonight and the Alexa stuff happened on Raw. I'm going to say no. He's a SmackDown star, so I don't think they would look to use him on Raw in a dark match. So I'm going to lean towards no. I wouldn't be expecting Bray at Raw. I mean, like, you might get something Bray related with Alexa continuing to turn. But I certainly wouldn't be expecting a match. And I don't even know if I'd expect him to be there. But could there be like an Uncle Howdy interruption or something? Yeah, could get something like that. Trent said, how about Money in the Bank is moved to WrestleMania? Rock Roman is main event. Rock beats Roman. Sammy cashes in to beat Rock on the same nights. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? I'll tell you what, I've not actually considered what you do if you move Money in the Bank to WrestleMania. If you move Money in the Bank to WrestleMania, that's right. Someone gets the briefcase, don't they? Someone gets the briefcase that they could cash in on the same night or even the next night. And do that. I mean, personally, I wouldn't go that way because I wouldn't have Rock beat Roman. I wouldn't have Rock beat Roman. I do like the idea, though, that if you did want Rock to beat Roman, if you did want that, then this is a way of doing it without Rock sticking around because he's busy, man. Do you know what I mean? He can't stick around. So this would be a way of him winning, but you also getting the belt off him quickly. So I think it's clever. But of the options on the table, it's not the option that I would choose. But it's clever. I didn't think about putting Money in the Bank on the WrestleMania cards. Rock versus Roman might not happen, said Shaquem. I'm guessing normal Raw isn't tonight. No, it's a best of Raw. Best of Raw tonight. Is this just a Raw talk show tonight? It's a best of. I don't think that's Raw talk, is it? So it's showing you like matches from premium live events. Here we've got Roman and Logan from Crown Jewel. I mean, what I will say is that actually, in reflection, it's gone quite quickly. I mean, to be honest, considering there's only, just over 10 minutes left to go, I don't really feel like we've sat and it's dragged. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's been all right. It's been all right. 1, 2, shoulder up. If it's a best of, then you need to watch the Bray Jinder match, said GS Dub. A normal Raw would have been better, said Braden. We need a King of the Mountain championship match, said Punched. If Rock Roman can't happen, do you think Cody wins both belts and gets rid of the Universal Championship? No. If we don't get Rock Roman, then I think we would get Cody Roman. I don't know that he would get rid of the Universal Championship. I think both brands want a world champion. I mean, I'm amazed we still haven't put a world title back onto Raw. I really am. I'm amazed we haven't. Braden said, I'm going to give this a 5.75, even though the show isn't over. Dark Angel said, we want tittles. Don't forget, we are going to be back later with NXT. When I say later, I mean much later. What I want to do, though, is just have a little look at NXT. Have they put anything down yet as to what we can expect from NXT? Have they given us anything juicy in regards to what we can expect? WWE NXT. No. Oh, here we go. Tomorrow night, Tony challenges Wesley for the North American Championship. So Wesley versus Tony D'Angelo. That is tomorrow on NXT. Also, we're going to have the Schism taking on Odyssey Jones, Malik Blades, and Idris Enofe. So we've got that match coming up as well. So it is going to be new content that's going to be on the show, so it's not a best of or anything. And I think didn't Stax go and have a word with Dijak, and we don't know how that went, so I'm expecting that we'll see Dijak getting involved. So yeah, new here we go. Battle for the Bar. So Fallon Henley taking on Kiana James. So we've got that match. We've got the NXT North American Championship match. We've got Schism taking on Odyssey Jones, Malik Blade, Idris Enofe. And then we've got Wendy Chu taking on Cora Jades. Wendy Chu against Cora Jades. So that's what's coming up later. Have you heard that Ronda is going to defend her title against Raquel? Mm-hmm. and Sheamus Solo. I don't think I knew about Sheamus Solo, but they are trying to build up Friday's SmackDown to make it as big as they can. I think if Rock Roman doesn't happen, it will not only disappoint a lot of fans, but it could hurt ticket sales, said Jim. We need a community best boobs contest, says William. Maybe 2024. This week for NXT looks like it's going to be a lot better than Raw, said Brazen. Who will take the title from Gunther? Well, I mean, I'm guessing it will be at some point next year. Hopefully quite deep into the year. I don't think we're in any rush because I don't think Gunther's anywhere near the main title picture at the moment. So I'm looking at that thinking that we're going to see... I think we're looking at that and I think we're going to see him lose it around SummerSlam, and my guess would be like a Johnny Gargano or a Bron Breakker or a Gable Steveson. I think it'll be someone along those lines. Someone along those lines. Didn't Mandy win that award? What, best boobs? She would have, but she left just before the end of the year, so she can't win it for 2022. It's going to have to go to Linda McMahon! Yay! Linda. Well done. She wins the Wrestling Days Boobs of the Year. Good work, Linda. Here's Logan with a punch. 1, 2. Oh, imagine if Roman had just had a mad moment where he didn't get the shoulder up there. Imagine if Logan actually caught like Roman, properly stunned him. 1, 2, 3. And like it just slightly delayed. And then we got a new champion. Because the refs have to honor the count. They are told, if you count the 3, you go with the result. Look, he's got his prime. He's at his prime. Logan, this is the clip that went viral. Logan getting in the ring, climbing up. This is a great... He does this frog splash so well. He did it against The Miz, and it was very good. Roman just having to lie there for about half an hour. Through the table! Michael Cole. I got that through the table! Wade Barrett said, I've got no idea who's going to win this match, but the video that Logan Paul just took, that's about to go viral. For Linda's prize, she could have a 24/7 belt that got thrown in the trash. Rafi, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, buds. Zelina Vega, I want her to be a WWE champion and group tag team champion. Here's Jake Paul. Why didn't he come out to Everyday, bro? It's everyday, bro. It's everyday, bro. London is my city, or whatever it says. I think that's the same song. I don't know. Jake Paul making his way down. Jimmy and Jay both getting knocked out. Let's go, Logan, says Jake. Jake Paul, yeah, coming down. Logan going up. Another frog splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Roman. And now Solo Sikoa making his way down. Solo Sikoa, the street fight. I remember this bit. I remember this bit going, oh, please don't knock out Solo. Don't knock out Solo. Solo's meant to be this bad Samoan street fighter. I don't want to see him getting knocked out by Jake Paul. I remember, honestly, I'm heart in my mouth at this point. I was like, don't knock out Solo. And officials coming down and separating these two. So many moving parts to this match. Come on, Logan. Beat Roman, said Alex. Are they just showing reruns? Yeah, they are, yeah. Logan getting into the ring. Superman punch by Roman. Superman punch. Roman back in the corner. Spear. 1, 2, 3. I saw someone at ringside then get really upset. It was like, really annoyed. And then I realised it's the person that does the podcast with Logan. London is my city. That is the stuff that gets put next to the Mona Lisa, says Watson. Yeah. We don't need Roman anymore. Retire Roman. Logan is better. Beat Roman or we riot. That might be a lonely riot, in all fairness. That might be a one-person riot. Well, that was our main event of this show, was the Logan Roman thing. That is the exclamation point. Stay safe out there. Sasha Banks, she is going to come back. Imagine 2023 is Sammy or Cena's year, said Amin. What are you watching Raw on? It's on BT Sport here in the UK. Bianca and Alexa Raw Women's Championship match next Monday. It's going to be big. It's going to be big. And it feels like greatness. And the Visionary, Austin Theory taking on Seth freaking Rollins, United States Championship, that next week as well. I think next Monday is like the 2nd of January. And then on the 28th of January in San Antonio, the Royal Rumble. Premium live event. Tickets available now. You could go to the Rumble. What a great Christmas gift that would have been. If you'd have got tickets for the Rumble. Certainly for me, because I'm in the UK. Jackie Redbrand, thank you. Corey Graves, thank you. Here you go. Cheers. Thank you, Jackie Redbrand. That was a stack show. All the big stars came out. Yes. Oh, everyone delivered. I can't believe they recreated some of their best matches of the year for you tonight. How do you rate WWE Raw? I'm interested. I'm interested to know what you think of it. I'm gonna go down. I'm going to go quite low this time, though. I sense people were not crazy about this, which is understandable. So we're actually going to do 475 or below. So I've changed the parameters. We'll put that up for a bit, get a few votes in, and then we'll be on our way. I got Rumble tickets last year, and that was pretty cool, said Jeremy. Raw ripped us off. No wonder SmackDown is the superior show, said Justin. Roman Reigns, he is the best WWE champion in history. Denis says 6 out of 7. Nice. LD cool. See you around, buds. Dark Angel said so many big stars tonight. 10 out of 10. William said I need to go and have sexy dreams about Sunny. Enjoy them. Sunny won't. In fact, Sonny's like, oh, William. Oh. 6 out of 10 because no Alexa Bliss, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. That's true, actually. That is true. Although, next Monday, lots of Alexa Bliss. McLean said, easily the most entertaining Raw of the year. Jilly said, right in the middle. I give it a 5. Jilly, I hope you had a great Christmas. John says, Merry Christmas. And in Vince's voice, Happy New Year. Bella Twins were spotted at Barmageddon. What the hell is Barmageddon? 6 out of 10 says, let him in. Austin says, 10 days is OnlyFans. Is that Days is OnlyFans? I think it probably is. Knowing Austin as well as I do. There it is. Look at that. Even though I couldn't quite read it. Same wavelength. Sonny will be dropping the soap, said Mike. What, in William's streams? William, there won't be any soap in William's streams because his streams are dirty. Austin said, I feel like it should have been a 0 since there was no Alexa. Fake fan. Whoa, shots fired. Shots fired. Alex said 7.9 due to Logan Paul not winning or Sasha Banks not being on the show. Carla said Nikki Bella is looking terrible now. Carlos, what are you watching? Carlos, I don't know what you're watching, but I think you're getting Jake Paul confused with Nikki Bella. Predator Reborn, shout out to you, my friend. Said, who is your favorite wrestler of all time? Undertaker or Shawn? Who is your wrestler from 2022? Sammy or Jamie Hayter, but the biggest was Roman. Who do you think will be the best wrestler of 2023? Who will be the best wrestler of 2023? Well, I feel like it probably will be Will Ospreay. He tends to be there or thereabouts every year. But I'm very interested to see what Johnny Gargano can do on the main roster because Johnny down in NXT killed it on a consistent basis. Now he's on the main roster. He's kind of got to start again and impress a whole load of people that won't have seen. There'll be a good chunk of people that won't have seen his matches that he had in NXT and NXT takeovers. So I'm interested to see what Johnny can bring to the main roster. I suppose best difficult, isn't it? How are you gauging best? I mean, Roman is the biggest. He has incredible matches, incredible promos. For many people, he is the best. But I don't think he's the best in ring. But I think 2023 will be the year the bloodline dies, to be honest. I think it'll be the end of the bloodline. And I think that we will start to see it's the first full year of Triple H. Triple H is going to want to do things. He's going to have ideas. I think 2023 is going to be very exciting. I am going to make the prediction that 2023 is going to be the best year for wrestling since 2019, at least. I think 2023, and I know that I'm not in the minority here. It's hardly the biggest prediction. But I think that with Triple H booking for a full year, I think with him bringing back the people he wants to bring back to be able to tell the stories that he wants to be able to tell, and to still have, Roman around, potentially The Rock coming back. There's so many moving parts, so many new faces. There's a lovely mixture of experience and fresh faces. There's a lot of excitement around Triple H and his booking. It's going to be the first full year of Bray and whatever stories Bray wants to tell. It's I don't know if this is the first full year without the pandemic. I can't remember if there was anything at the start of 2022. I think 2022 might have been the first full year without the pandemic, but I think it's fair to say that maybe in the early stages, we were still wiping our eyes a little bit as we were emerging from lockdown. and emerging from, the horror that was COVID. And so I feel like this year has been an improvement, but it's been a year where there's been a lot of turbulence and a lot of change, and Cody coming in changes the dynamic of things. Vince leaving definitely changes the dynamic of things. Sasha leaving changes the dynamic of things. So there's been a lot of change this year. And I think next year might be a year that settles down a little bit. We might not get the big dramas that we saw outside of the ring, but hopefully that will result in a more stable product and more stable storytelling in ring. So I think 2023 is going to be a very exciting year, and I can't wait. We're going to be here for it. So Predator Reborn, shout out to you, my friends. I hope that's answered some of your question. In fact, Predator said, I agree. After WrestleMania, the bloodline will die out and other stars will shine. I am very excited for this year ahead. Right, let's end this poll. We've got over 100 votes. That'll do. And 36% of you scored it 7 to 10. 26 went 4, 7, 5 or below. So it sort of suggests that you guys are down the lower end of the 7 to 10, because 26% went for 4, 7, 5 or below. 26% went 4, 7, 5 or below. 19% went 5 to 5, 7, 5. 18% went 6 to 6, 7, 5. So I think we're probably seeing quite a bit down the lower end in the 7s. But I don't even know the last time that happened where the second favorite option was the lowest option. And this time 4, 7, 5 or below. I get it. There wasn't really... What this show lacked was that talking point. They could have put a QR code in here. They could have done that. They could have done that. They could have done an interesting interview with Alexa. Like, there's definitely things, even if you're not going to give us a proper Raw, there's not much excuse to not give us anything. The stuff between Corey and Jackie Redbrand, that was really bland, and it was just, little chit-chatty things to just go from one segment to the next. There was nothing here that's going to generate any buzz or have anyone talking. And that's a shame. That's a missed opportunity. But listen, it is what it is. It's done. It's in the past. We are going to be back later for NXT. So I will see you later on for that show. It is a brand new show. It's not a best of. So it'll give us something to get our teeth into, which should be good. And... that is it, my friends. We are done. I really appreciate so many people joining us for what was just a best-of show, to be honest. But it was great to just chat about Christmas, chat about a few different things, talk about 2023. And as I said, at no point did this drag or feel boring or anything. So I really am very grateful of you guys stopping by. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.